Okay, hello. Oh, okay, it worked. Hi, Vibe and Shine. How are you? Can you hear me okay? How is it over in South Africa? You have to let me know how it's all going. Are you feeling better, hopefully? Take my money. Vibe and Shine, you're hilarious. Oh my goodness. All right, give me a minute. Let me just make sure I'm in the right chat account and then I can post the payment details. I'm so well. How are you? Yes, I can hear you. Awesome. Midst of crisis with electricity. I have seen that. I have heard that. I'm really sorry to hear that. It's been causing a lot of internet and connectivity problems for people. Oh my goodness. Hopefully, you're able to conduct your life okay. We're having scheduled power outages and we are having 1 and 2 hours. So I need to go for okay. Let me get you the payment details. I'll get them for you right now, hon. Okay. Let me do this. I forgot my tarot deck today, unfortunately. So we just have the we just have charts today. I don't have the tarot to go with it. Hey, the vent. So good to see you, Miss Kylie. Made it. Yes, girl. So good to see you, Priscilla. Hi. Welcome. It is super exciting. Yes, Kylie, you may want to relog in. And then I went in for surgery and had a gazillion medical checks, and they're all clear now. Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness. Oh, wow. That's so intense, the vibe and shine. Yeah. There's a lot of new energy hitting the earth right now that's creating a lot of change for a lot of people. So I'm glad to hear that you're well because we're in such a potent moment in time. There's a lot of potent, highly charged energy around all of us. You know, as creators incarnate, we have the ability to wield that energy in such a way that we get to create our reality. So hopefully you all have set your intentions. You've gotten nice and clear about what you want to experience, all of that. Okay. All right. So, all right, vibe and shine. I've got you, sweet pea. I have you on the list. So whenever you're ready to hit me with your question, we can move on in with it. Hey, the vent. So the vent, I'm curious, how's it going with on the work front? I know there was a departure, there's a new beginning. It's funny, I was just speaking to another person who has a water midheaven, and they too are going through exactly what you went through. Power struggle, uh, a invitation to exit during the same transit that's meant to expand your career. So just trust that if something is exiting and ending now, there is something better coming along. Okay. All right. Let me just put the auto lock to never. Turn off the do not disturb so I can see your payments come through. Priscilla, I have you on the list as well. Amazing. Now, you guys know that normally I have the tarot to go with it. I don't have that today. So we're just doing charts. Okay, sweets? Okay, let's pull up Vibe and Shine's chart. Let's do this. Let me share screen. Priscilla, get your question ready because I'm going to do your reading next time. Okay. Vibe and shine. There we go. And we have 4/6/1979 at 8:00 p.m. South Africa, Johannesburg. Oh, kind of act right. Okay. South Africa, Johannesburg. Okay, cool. Johannesburg, South Africa, 8 p.m. Okay, 4/6/79. Excellent. Welcome in, everyone. If you're just joining, it is fantastic to have you here. We're doing live mini readings today. And if you'd like to jump on the list, it is $25.25 USD via PayPal or Venmo to the linked information listed in the pinned comment above. I'm about to read for Vibe and Shine, then Priscilla, and then it would be your turn if you decide to jump on the list. Welcome. I hope you all are having a great Saturday wherever you are. And for those of us joining from the other side of the world, I hope you're having a great Sunday. Let me go ahead and set the timer and we'll dive in for our girl Vibe and Shine. Yes, Uranus conjunct North Node looks like it's kicking off my Uranus opposition transit. Hey, yes, it does look like that. Barbara Hand-Clow says that's the transit that kicks off Kundalini Awakening, but I already had my Kundalini Awakening when I met my twin in 2017. So today I want to know what opposition is going to kick off. BHC says it's a midlife crisis transit too. Great question, sweetheart. All right. So here's the deal. Uranus opposite Uranus in this way. The vent. Hang on one second, babe. Ask them to make sure they pay for your transport and pay you a little bit more money for hazard and see if that'll work. Vibe and Shine, when I look for you, it's going to be a very unique energy, right? So anytime you have Uranus opposite Uranus, it's a period of time in a person's life that constitutes a hard look at the man, woman, person in the mirror. It's a transit that talks about, it asks us, are we doing what we said we would do? Are we living up to our fullest potential, our God self incarnate? And if we're not, what do we need to change in order to get there? It's a transit that is pretty unscathing in its inability to accept excuses. In other words, our internal, how do I put it? Our internal BS meter is focused on ourselves during this transit. And so for you, when I'm looking at where this energy sits in your chart, let me just come back out and have a look for, let's get to the natal, 20 degrees, who's aspected. Okay. All right. There's a couple of individuals aspected here. We've got your South Node, your Ceres, your Pholus, your Vesta, and your Mercury, and your Mars. Okay. Now let me just see. South Node is all your past life stuff. Ceres is motherhood. Pholus, she's most Pholus. Taurus. Okay, so it's going to be a lot of relationship stuff. Vesta is Virgo. Hopes, wishes, and dreams. Oh, Mercury is also Virgo, and Mercury is also your seventh house. And all of this activity is going down in the fifth, and that gets us to Mars. Vibe and Shine, I'm seeing for you, this become you may have thought and felt that you already decided where you stood on partnership and children. what I'm seeing for you is a question, like a check, double check on this. Am I sure I don't want to have kids? Am I sure that I want a partnership that looks this way? And then there will also be an internal reality check on this that goes, if I'm sure, then why do I feel like this or like that? And if I'm sure, then why has this or this or this come up in my world as a mirror for me? Another mirror that's also going to show up during this time is a bit of an energy having to do with what you have done and worked on within yourself when it comes to relationships. I see you have the Venus South Node conjunction. So your relationships in this lifetime, they're fraught, not going to lie, intense. All of them in some way, even with your divine counterpart, have some level of karmic signature to them, where there is things from past lifetimes that do need to be resolved in this lifetime from your love connections. And what you're going to find is you're going to feel a lot of internal pressure, mind and heart, around what's been left undone and needs to get done so that you can indeed have the kind of relationship and quality of life and love that you actually desire. So, whatever the decision has been around relationships and children, it does look like this year kicks off a tremendous revisit and asks you whether or not, oh, there's Ricky Martin again. Do you really want it? It's going to be like that vibe and shine. So enjoy the energies. They will be a little intense, not just for you, but for all of us. And hang in there, sweetheart. Thanks so much for letting me read for you. Okay. So I just completed Vibe and Shine. I'm double checking the apps here. I see Miss Sally has joined us. Hey, sweetie. Great to have you. I'm going to now read for Priscilla. She was next on the list. And after Priscilla, we'll read for Sally. If you'd like to jump on the list, you definitely can. The way to do that is pinned in the blue comment above. And you will see that information also just put into the comment section. If you get stuck or have any questions, definitely reach out to one of the moderators. The two of them or whoever's here will be able to help you understand what to do next. Priscilla, if you could please paste your question and your birth details. I'd be more than happy to read for you. Sally, if you could get your question ready, please do not paste it until I call your name. Okay, let me catch up here in the chat. The vent, what's the problem? Let's see. Priscilla, I'm thinking of moving to my twins' current city in Nice. Okay. First trial is in July with my twins' family, and then hopefully moving starting in October. Okay, cool, Priscilla. Cool. Let me share a screen. And here we go. Right on. Oops, it's not the one I wanted. Okay. Is this a good time for me? I can't tell if it's my ego guiding me or my higher self. I understand. Okay. Wow. You were born in Belgium, in Brussels, and 11/6/1985, 8:38 a.m. Let's have a look and see, sweets. Oh, Ricky Martin. Now Ricky's going to be stuck inside of your head. All right. I'm going to leave that, the spamming to the moderators there. I'm going to set the timer and we're going to get on this for you, Priscilla. By the way, we are not in union, just trying to be friends. Okay. Got it. Let me see what's happening here in your transits. Thanks, mods. You guys are amazing. Okay. So, Your fourth house is a Neptune ruled house and a Jupiter ruled house because it is your fourth house is home. Fourth house governs where you live, etc. Jupiter and Neptune are the co-rulers of Pisces. Now I'm going to check to see if they're getting any major transits. Let me see when you are October. Okay. Saturn. So we've got 8 degree. Let me ask you an honest question, Priscilla. How long have you been considering this move? When did it occur to you to make this happen? When was that a thought? Yes, the vent. Yes, Elvin, welcome. Let me ask when it occurred for you, because I see something here, but I want to make sure that to help you with your question, I need just a little bit more information. Long distance travel is your sun. Sun is here at 13 degrees. Okay. Yeah. All right. And then let me just see where Uranus gets back to in its retrograde last month when I was visiting in June. Okay. Got it. So the furthest back this thought and process goes is June. Okay, yes, and Priscilla. I do see the potential for a long distance move as Uranus has been aspecting your sun in the house of long distance travel. Saturn here is getting ready to aspect your fourth house and relocate itself into your fourth house, not next year, but the following. My suspicion is that you're going to look at this and potentially go back and forth just a little bit until we get to the beginning of 2024, when Saturn, the integrity restorer, arrives here on the cusp of your fourth house at that 3rd degree of Pisces. Whenever Saturn hits something, it wants it to come back into alignment and congruence with the person that it is, or with the house that it's dealing with. And if where you're currently living is out of alignment for your life path and where you're meant to be going, you will get the nudge to relocate, or you will be excused, i.e., kicked out. And so with Saturn hitting this location, not in 2024 January, but let's get just a little bit further into 2024. Yeah. By the time we get into the end of the first quarter in 2024, that's when I'm seeing the move potentially really take place. Yeah. Yeah. But prior to that, I'm seeing a lot of trying to work it out, perchance dual residency. I'm seeing some back and forth, like coming back as Saturn goes forward, retrogrades in 2023 while you resolve how this could work. Is it on schedule? Yes. Does it need to be long distance? We'll see. I'm not convinced that. Let me go back to now real quick. Yeah. Okay. No, I could see it. Let me just check one last thing. Trying to see if your counterpart would come to you. I'm not seeing that either. Let me go back to now. Yeah, I do see you on the move. There's divine feminine energy on the move. Yeah. So, Priscilla, if you're ready, kind of starting the process, looking at how to make work and life livable in that location for you would be great. Two cheers, 3 cheers for you for, being willing to take the risk and be open to what happens without expectation. It could go any kind of way with your counterpart there, but it sounds like you're willing to take a risk and just be open to what proximity makes available. Yes, that makes a lot of sense. I can't technically fully move for a little, but I can do back and forth for a bit. There you go. Thank you. All right. Awesome. Sally, it is your turn, sweets. Thanks so much for your patience. I would love to read for you. You can go ahead and paste your question and your birth information. It's going to be, yes, what the event said there, birthplace, date, time if you have it, and your question. Okay. Elvin, how's it going over there? I know there was a transition for you work-wise as well. I think I remember you have the water midheaven too. A lot of people with the water midheaven have had work transitions. Thank you very much for this clarification. You're welcome. You're very welcome. And if anybody else is just joining and would like to jump on the list, you absolutely can. I'm getting ready to read for Sally now. Then you would be next. Payment information is linked in the blue pinned comment above in the chat. Now you can pay either PayPal or Venmo. And in your payment information, just you don't have to put any information there. You'll just paste your question in the chat when I call your name. Let's see if Sally is going to come back. She may either be behind in the chat or just wasn't ready. Sally, it's your turn. Please paste your Q and birth details. Very cool. Woohoo! Hey, Sally. Make sure you are caught up and current in the live stream. If there is a delay and you are hearing something else as I paste this, post your cue and come back in. Okay, Oak Lawn, Illinois. All right, let's do this. Share screen. Sally, Illinois, Oak Lawn. Okay. March 8th, 1967. Big Pisces energy there. I love it. Okay. 7:30 a.m. Cool. In between careers and feeling stuck. Okay. Gotcha. Let's see. I live in Belgrade, Montana. Okay, got it. Let me set the timer. In between careers and feeling stuck. Okay, I see why. Oh boy. Where is the natal Saturn? Here at 0 degrees Aries. Yeah. Okay, I see a new beginning chapter has opened with Jupiter conjunct your natal Saturn. Saturn is the ruler of your career house, is the ruler of Capricorn. With Saturn being the ruler of that career house and Jupiter approaching it, Jupiter expands whatever Jupiter touches. So there is an expansion in the career sector at this time, but the in-between makes a lot of sense. That 12th house is not known for its fruit on the vine, for its external manifestations. It's actually known for kind of things that are in the energetic escrow before they show up in the full form manifestation. With the Plutonian energy wrapping up here in the final degrees of Capricorn in your career sector, it gets to 0 degrees Aquarius next year before retrograding back into Capricorn and then going forward again into Aquarius. Pluto here is the ender of cycles and seasons. What Pluto brings to the table is the closing of a chapter, and it's not fully closed yet, even though the new chapter is open. So the quote in between makes a lot of sense. It seems to me, as I'm looking at this, let's just see the ruler of your money house. I want to make sure that financially you can be stable. Okay, you're going to have to do a bit of hustle at this. It looks to me like you're going to be doing 2 things at one time. I would say for roughly a year's time. Let me get into next year. Just see what happens by this time next year. Yeah. Okay, perfect. By this time next year, the confusion is pretty cleared up. You're on a very specific and different and new path. But the thing that we're talking about, this in between, it looks like for a little while you're doing 2 things simultaneously. When you're financially, it looks, I don't want to say it's not bad. Yeah, it's not bad, but it looks uncertain, and the uncertainty can bring up a lot of fear. But I don't see you being in a place where money's not coming in at all. I do not see you being in a place, I see it might be a little tight, like room for extras, not at this time. Next year, yes. Now, no. This is going to be a period of time where, because there's some uncertainty, doing a couple different things at once to make money and for sustainability until the old chapter fully closes and the new one fully opens, which will be next year. In the meantime, the one thing I want you to really pay attention to is not letting yourself get into fear energy. I see you're in the middle of a very challenging transit called Saturn conjunct the moon, with natal Saturn here at 24 degrees Aquarius and with the moon here at 18 degrees Aquarius. This is a really important time to focus on your North Node and your North Node lessons. That is why some of this time can be so challenging with one thing after another. For you, your North Node is about, instead of learning how to let go, learning how to let live. Living and stepping into life force and fertility energy, looking for continuity and maintaining things going forward through different transitions. Taurus energy is all about nurturing and self-care. It's also about having fun. And so what I want you to be focused on in this time is, instead of navel gazing around, why is my life like this? What did I do wrong? Is this karma? Is it payback? Instead, really focus on, okay, I need to find a way to feel good through this. This is a big transition, but I don't have to slip into fear. Instead of finding my way into this in a way that causes me to feel restricted and shut down, I need to find my way through this in a way that allows me to feel more alive and to lean into what's enlivening to me right now, and follow the life force energy. What you're moving away from are things where there's a lot of striving, Mars conjunct South Node, and where you have to work really hard, look really deep within in order to get what you need. That's what you're moving away from in this lifetime. In this lifetime, you're moving toward leaning into life, what's giving, life giving. Okay. All right, there we go, Miss Sally. Have to let me know how that resonates with the being in between and the doing 2 things at once. I see, since I was working with Sally there, Elvin has gotten on the list. Thank you, Elvin. I'm adding you. You are next. Please paste your question. And then I see Kelly K is back. Hey, sweetie, how's it going? Great to have you back, hon. And welcome in, everyone. Kelly K, you'll be next. So go ahead and give yourself go ahead and start to get ready. Hang on one second, guys. Let me just take care of something here in my 3rd dimension. One moment. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I had to go take care of something real quick. Okay, thank you, Elvin. Oh, you're at work. I understand. Okay, Kylie, tell us what happened. Tell us what happened. Makes perfect sense. Okay. Okay, Sally, good. Thanks for letting me know. I was like, I wonder if this resonates for her. I wonder if she's, if she's got some, if she feels the in between as well. So let's go ahead and put in Elvin's info. I'm going to share a screen. Okay, here we go. Turkey. Paparazzi. 420. Hey, Elvin. I'm really curious. Why did Turkey change the spelling of its name? Do you know the answer to that? I could Google it, but I was curious about somebody who was born in the country, if they had insight as well, like what their perspective is on that. Okay, so here we go. I set the timer. All right, Miss Elvin, you want to know about your Saturn return. I don't know. I can check. I can check too. The Google will tell me everything I need to know. I just thought I would ask you in case you knew. All right, no problem. It's like the United States trying to fly this backward flag. I'm like, why are we selling this right now? I don't understand. Okay, I'm waiting for wait. Saturn return next year. Is it too soon to ask about? Of course not. Can you see any big themes screaming at you? Okay, there we go. Now we'll restart the timer. Okay, Saturn and Pisces. Let's get into new transit date. I will leave that crazy to the moderators in the chat there. Yeah, it's literally like this time next year. Thematically speaking, let me see who your natal Saturn speaks to. Okay, it speaks to your Jupiter by trine and speaks to just Jupiter. Okay. And then let's see the transit for next year. Who's it going to? Okay, so typically the Saturn return is a bit of a divine intervention. It kind of shoves you on track with where you're meant to be going. Interestingly enough, there can be a bit of like an internal, I need to do this, I must do that. I need to be here, I need to be there kind of energy. Because this is the 5-11 axis, they're talking about manifestation, creative works, and offspring, creative projects. Hey, Rosalina, it's so good to see you, sweetie. Hey, Kim, welcome. When you have your Saturn return on this axis, it's going to ask you, are you creating that which you said you needed to create? And is your life in alignment with your creative works and what it is you creatively need to be doing? This is what you're going to be asked at this time. And you may already be feeling it since we're already a year out, where there may be something, a business you want to build, a project you want to create, something you want to manifest. There's going to be something that you want to do. And this transit is going to ask you to be about your business, make it happen, facilitate and foster its ability to live in the third dimensional reality and not just in your head. The other thing that this transit for you I'm seeing is going to kick off is a bit of a fertility transit as well. That fifth house governs children as well. So, listen, here's the deal. If you want to have kids, you know what to do. If you don't want to have kids, you know what to do. Be very mindful of this, because if children is something that you're not expecting. I am seeing the potential for a child to just magically appear if in with this kind of energy, and you become a mother with this kind of energy. And for you, this energy lasts for several years. It's this year, it's next year, it's the following year as well. So the invitation is to just be, like I said, be conscientious about how you're utilizing your creatorship abilities, because there is something here that's saying it can go a number of ways, but you need to be thoughtful about it. Okay. All I feel right now is to get fit and feel super comfortable in my body. Yeah. And that makes sense. I do see you have some information here that is aspecting your house of health and well-being, the rulers of that house. There are some planets that are saying, hey, get fit, be good in your body. I see that. And simultaneously, there may be something in the world of creativity, creative works, creative projects, or art in particular, especially if you used to be an artist and you gave up your art. This may be a period of time where you are being asked to bring your art back. Okay. Good stuff, Miss Elvin. Thank you for asking. You'll have to let us know how that resonated for you, but it's definitely a very fertile, creative time. Very excited for you. We've got Kelly K next. Hey, Kelly, welcome. Great to have you here. And we convene again on yet another Saturday. I'm seeing here that Rosalina has jumped on the list. Thank you, Rosalina. It's great to have you. Happy to read for you. I used to paint as a kid, came out with crayons. Right on. You may be putting some of that artistic ability back into your day-to-day life. You may recognize how much you need it and how much the world needs your art from you through this transit. So if it's calling to you, break out the paints, girl. Do not delay. Okay. Let me see Miss Kelly K. Okay. This is twins birth details. Born in Greece. Okay. Amazing. Athens. And we have 625. No, 627. 627, 1995. Birth time 3 o'clock p.m. All right. Ta-da. We are in smooth, friendly vibe communication. Right on, Kelly. Really to ask what lessons, changes will Uranus conjunct North Node bring to her in the second half of the year? Great question. Oops. There we go. Let's make NFTs, Elvin. Right? There's a lot of money to be made in the Wild West of crypto and NFTs if you're willing to wade into the waters and make it. For you, this energy takes place literally right at the cusp of your 8th house of transformation, growth, alchemy, sexual energy, and endings. Let's see who it's aspecting. We've got your natal Nessus on aspect. We have, what do we have in Leo? What do we have in Aquarius? What do we have in Virgo? What do we have in Cap? Okay, and then what do we have in water? Pisces at that degree. Natal Saturn and Scorpio at that degree. Nessus, Cancer at that degree. Venus. Interesting. This is an interesting energy. All right, let me assess. We got big change. We've got Venus here and here. Huh. And we've got Saturn impacting here and here. Oh, this is reading like there's some subconscious material that you're about to retrieve, Kelly. Um, some latent memories that you may not be aware that you have, um, from childhood specifically, that it looks like a connecting the dots energy, where in your specific chart there are things from your childhood that have been impacting your ability to be in positive, healthy, romantic relationship. And what I'm seeing is some I oh sorry, in your twins chart. And what I'm seeing is that during this transit, this person is going to have the opportunity to connect the dots, understand how their conditioning and the home they were raised in and what they saw growing up has made an impact on the way they do relationship. And because of that, it's going to then thus transform their relationship sector as well. Fascinatingly enough, this is a prelude to that Uranus North Node conjunction. Is going to be a prelude to a series of eclipses that begin next year on the Aries Libra axis. And for your person, this is seventh house and first house. It is the axis of relationship to self and other. So this life will change once they change on the inside. But it looks like the changes on the inside that help them figure out how to work relationships more constructively or at a more optimal level, that comes this year. And then their life changes in the world of relationship next year. But it's because they're getting to a place of greater congruency with themselves and what it is that they've experienced up until now in relationship. There's a bit of a liberation energy here where they're no longer going to be tied to the challenges of their childhood when it comes to the way those things are manifesting in relationship for them. So, you know how we can kind of repeat patterns from our childhood until we're conscious of them? We either run from them or we repeat them. That with that going on, it looks like your twin has the ability to transcend those patterns at this time. So that's what I have, Kelly. It's a great transit for them. It's one that gets them to experience relationships at a much higher level. She is having realizations about her connections with family. Good. I'm happy to hear that. Really happy to hear that. It's going to help her a lot to get conscious in that arena. So you'll see now that the revelations are starting to sink in, realizations, the way she does relationship will start to shift as well. Welcome in everyone who's just joining. So great to have you all here. I'm Kay Moon. I am your host. I am going to read for Rosalina next. Kelly K, you'll have to let me know how that resonates. Yes, totally makes sense. You're welcome. If you'd like to jump on the list, you can. You would be right after Rosalina. The way to jump on the list is to make your payment of $25.25 USD over on PayPal, our Venmo. And the link for that information is pinned in the blue comment above at the top of your chat. As soon as I finish with Rosalina, you would be next. Let me just double check what's happening here in the chat while I'm catching up. Okay, so we'll do Rosalina. Hey, Katie, welcome. Hi, Elaine. Welcome. It's so lovely to see you. For anyone else who would know, if I wanted to pay today to have you do a solar return reading for a friend, one question, but I'm about to start work at 8. Can I leave my question and her birth info here early, make my payment, and then disappear and come back and find it later this morning? Yes, you can. You can. Rosalina. is who I'm reading for now. Elaine, if you do it like right now, that would be great so that it's not too far away in the chat. That would be good because what happens is there comes a point that I can't scroll up past. And if I can't scroll up to read the question, then I can't offer the reading. So, sure. Elaine, have a great day at work, sweetheart. I hope you enjoy and that people are kind. Let's go ahead and read for Rosalina. You can go ahead and make the payment. And after that, drop the information. Okay. Rosalina is Waterbury, Connecticut. And we are talking about more big Scorpio energy. 5:55. Of course, you were born at 5:55 a.m. Change, change, change. What's happening in the chart for the second half of the year? All right, Rosalina, let's have a look. Let me set the timer. Rosalina, gosh, the chart is so similar to the twins chart that I just read for Kelly K. Look, right here. You have that Uranus North Node conjunction taking place in the 8th house as well. Let's see who this is going to speak to for you. For you, it's power. In Virgo, what about Cap? Nothing. Okay. What about Scorpio? Neptune. Okay. What about Aquarius? Okay. And then what about the other water signs? Oh, Pisces. Chiron will be impacted. Oh, interesting. Okay. And then Cancer. Wow, you're midheaven. So many places of impact. Okay. Pluto governs Scorpio. Neptune governs Pisces. Ceres is Taurus. Okay. Rosalina, I need to know if you have kids. Oh, you do. Duh. We just spoke yesterday. I remember your whole story. Okay. This is going to be a change in your status in your family, which we know is going on. But what it looks like you are stepping into like big matriarch energy in your family, which I think you already knew was kind of your place and in your role in your family. But as we discussed yesterday, I'm aware that you never thought you would have to step into the role in the way you're stepping into it now. But it's the way you're handling the changes that have occurred in your relationship, because we're dealing with the late part of the relationship house here and the ending that's occurred. It's the way that you are handling this that is going to allow everyone else to take their cues from. And it's this energy as well. Like if you go into defense, attack, war mode, you go onto the war path, you better believe your kids, your grandkids, and everyone else is going to line up behind you. If you go into compassion and leadership and love and, you know, strong boundaries, big open heart, if you go in that direction, everyone in your family is going to line up behind you. But specifically what you dictate about how you're processing what has occurred, it's elevating your status in your family. Your opinion is going to be valued in a very different way in the way you speak. Mercury is involved here, the way you're processing this, values, your axis of value is highlighted. But what you say and how you handle this is going to be precisely what everyone else does for good or for ill. And so it's going to be very important, Rosalina, that you be mindful about the way you're speaking about what's happened, the way you're speaking about him to your children, to your grandchildren, that if you need to process this, you do it outside the family dynamic and you bring back your fully processed thoughts so that if you feel, fuck him, I hate him one day, and that was just a passing moment, that isn't the sensation that lands and takes root for the rest of the family. Okay. There's been a lot of destructive change that's occurred given the choices that, your spouse has made. The thing that is really important for you to understand is that destruction amplifies or subsides based on you, based on what you say, based on what you do, based on how you behave. And what you're in the position to set up here is generational legacy. So you need to decide what kind of leader you're going to be in the face of the heartache and heartbreak that has occurred for you. Like I mentioned to you yesterday, if you haven't already, I strongly recommend you find a grief processing group for what you've been through so that you have an appropriate place to process your emotions around this and experience their full range without it impacting generations behind you. Okay. All right, Rosalina, that's what I got. Thank you so much for letting me read for you again. It's a treat to have been able to do so. We're going to take Elaine next. We're going to do the solar return chart for her friend Emily as she has to go to work. You'll have to let me know how that resonates. Okay. Emily for Elaine. Let me share the screen. You're welcome, Rosalina. Hang in there. But yeah, the motherhood piece was impacted, the speaking piece was impacted, and your power piece was impacted. And then on the axis of value, and then the family piece was impacted with this conjunction. And so it's literally setting up spiritual legacy for your family with this and how you handle this. You really need to ask yourself, what kind of person do I want to be in the face of life has handed me a shit sandwich. What kind of person do I want to be? Do I want to be the kind of person that takes that sandwich and smears it all over the wall and all over everyone? Since I have to eat a shit sandwich, so do you. Do you want to rob them of some of the better memories that they have of this man that they love? Do you want to say, look, people change. And as heartbreaking as this is, we have to let him walk his path and not control it and dictate it. It's not what I would have had, but I accept where we're at. And now I want to create a life that has these new boundaries for myself and look toward the future. Like I said, it's going to be best if you find a way to process your grieving elsewhere and bring your processed, more healed thoughts to your family. Not to say hide your pain. If you're in pain, be in pain. But when we are aggrieved and in pain, we can often say things, especially you with Mercury and Scorpio, we can often say things that other people can find hard to forgive later. And so it's going to be very important to be accountable for that within yourself and within your family dynamic, because the power your words carry at this moment are extraordinarily significant in a way that, it's gonna have major impact for everyone connected to you. All right, let's get into Emily Elaine's solar return chart. Okay, let me see the birth data. Emily Vino, yes. Okay, tell Miss Emily I said hello when you speak to her. I hope she is doing well. It is such a big time for change, not just for her, but everyone. And I'm hoping that she's navigating the waves um, in a beautiful and peaceful way. 11:10 p.m. Okay, cool. So here is her chart. Now let me pull up the solar return. Boom. A solar return reading should really kind of be done in more in depth, because you see, I want to look at it in her chart and in her solar return chart. But since we only have 4 minutes here, I'm only going to be able to do just the solar return chart. So we'll start with this one. What will this year bring for her in terms of alignment to her soul mission and gifts? Yes. And what can she lean into that will be most supportive of this growth? Great question. All right. So for her this year, again, this Uranus North Node conjunction is extraordinarily positive. I remember the conversation that we had when the three of us sat together and did your business reading. This situation here is on her axis of PR, marketing, communication, social media, education, and travel. So, if she's wanting to expand in any of those areas of her life, this coming year is going to be a big year for that expansion. What I'm also seeing here with Saturn square the nodes in her solar return chart from her place of her personality, her essence here, this year is going to beg the question for her: who am I really? And what is it that I really want? And who is it that I really want to be? And how can I create a life of greater authenticity? How can I create a life that shaves off a lot more of the who I thought I could be or other people have projected onto me? How can I live a life that's cut closer to the bone when it comes to being real? What I really want, as opposed to anything externally referenced based on what other people are doing, and that I'm then putting on myself as what I should be doing. This year is really going to ask her to get into the truth of who she is, with the sun in her sixth house of her solar return year. Sixth house is surrender, sun is the self. She's being asked to surrender to herself and be more honest with her emotions and how things feel with sun in Cancer. Let's see what else we have happening as major themes, anything impacting her sun directly. We've got a Chiron square to her sun. That Chiron square is going to bring up some of the woundings from the sign of the self, Aries, that she's had in her self-worth, self-esteem, that second house there, and how she values herself. This year marks a departure from her identifying herself in context of family, friends, light workers, community that she's a part of, and instead identifying herself from within herself. I'm seeing the way my guides are presenting this, they're showing me Emily looking at herself from one side of a pane of glass, living her life as if the life is what's happening on the other side of the pane of glass. This year marks a transition point where she will no longer have that separation from herself. And instead, she will have the experience of life is happening where the perception is taking place, not on the perceived self. Instead of referencing who I am from the eyes of others and who I want them to think of me, this is going to be a year where she goes, well, who do I really want to be? And what is it that really matters to me? Regardless of what other people think. There's going to be a few non-negotiables that will show up for her that will mark some completions in some of her family dynamics, friendships, soul circle. She's going to outgrow some of these people in this year. And in the outgrowing of them, just be aware, she's outgrowing them because the relationship only survived if she wasn't fully herself. And so it's okay to let those kinds of connections go as she becomes more and more fully who she is. All right. Miss Emily Vino, I wish you the happiest of happy birthdays and best of luck with this transition for your birthday. We can always do something more direct, but I think like more in depth. But I think you and I spoke at length about some of the growth curve for you the last time you, me, and Elaine were together. I strongly encourage you to re-listen to whatever the guidance was and the like where the resources were inside of that conversation, so that because I believe the resources I may have recommended at that point in time will help you create a container for this emerging you. Thank you so much, Elaine, for getting that for your friend Emily. Really appreciate it. And here we go. Let me come back to the chat. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, cool. Okay. So you got cereal. We're going to the park. I love this event. Get some of that sunshine, that vitamin D. Kylie, what drama? What drama has happened? And for anyone just watching, if you would like to jump in, you certainly can. We are doing one question, one chart mini readings, and you can make payment via PayPal. There's the link. I just put it in the chat again. It is $25.25, and I'll have a look at anything you'd like. Spouse, child, boss, best friend, yourself, for any circumstance of consequence. Where is it headed? What are the changes? Why did it go like this? There's this problem. How do I solve it in any area of life? Health, romance, work, money, family, growth and transformation, friendship. All of it is all on deck. I will retype. Oh boy, Kylie. I was trying to give the people who requested a reading a reading. I'm wondering what the heck did I miss, Kylie? What did I miss? All right. And if anyone would like to jump on the list, they can. I might go ahead and post over on the main channel momentarily. How was you guys' Cancer full moon? I always ask that after a lunation. And I'm super curious what the Cancer full moon was like for you guys. I remember talking about that intensity of uh, information coming through in the world of emotions, where you kind of got to a place where emotionally how you were feeling and what you were thinking at this particular new moon this past Tuesday was just going to become clear, and you were going to be unapologetic about your clarity. So I'd love to know what came through. Kylie says, so Kay, remember the Ukrainian guy? I do. This man made an Instagram to follow me. Wow, like my man's you need to chill. And my former coworker kissed me. Both these dudes are taking, wow, the vent. Wow, getting that good. Kylie says, I was planning on seeing one of the ping balls the other day. Then the other ping pong ball messaged me on some BS saying he likes this other girl and blah, blah, blah. Like, am I giving off some kind of mistress energy? The vent says, oh boy. The Kylie goes on to say, I've turned into a fire breathing dragon since. Oh my goodness. Now I'm like, damn, I wanted the last person I kissed to be my twin. Oh goodness, the vent. Okay, so the two of you have men wiling out in your worlds right now. I'm seeing that from the gentleman. A lot of how do I put it? Oh, I don't know what I want. I'll come over here and do this with you and then do that with somebody else. It's some bullshit. and I can't all on the gentlemen. I know women who are like that too, but for some reason that the last several lunations have brought that up. And where I have seen it, I have just been like, you know what? I don't need to be a part of this. You can go make your mess over there. And when you want to talk to me, you come clean. You come correct. Don't bring that mess in my space. So the vent says, now I'm like, damn, I want to. Okay, yes. Kylie says, I was going to cuss him out. The vent says, why are they wildin'? This is an excellent question. I think it's just divine masculine energy in Aries. I don't want to say it's a promiscuous energy, but let's just say in the shadow, it can be a little unfocused. It can be a little squirrel. All right. So we did get a payment in from Miss Yolanda. Miss Yolanda has decided to join the list, and I have her here. Welcome, Yolanda. It's your turn. Please paste your cue. Well, my twin is all good. I'm just happy that June is over. Hate the month of June. Elvin says, why do you hate June, Elvin? Why do you hate June? Wait, Kylie, I didn't read it. What did it say? Hey, Yolanda, it's so great to have you. Thanks for jumping in. I'd be happy to read for you. It is your turn. Please go ahead and paste your question and your birth details so that I can get your chart ready. Okay. But yeah, it's definitely a bit of like Aries in shadow with that kind of energy. Like, let me, place myself over here, place myself over there. Let me come taste this. Let me come taste that. Let me spread the seed around. Big Aries energy in shadow for sure. Oh, and I was leaving. I drove past that motherfucker. I swear, me and the universe are going to have a conversation. Yeah. And it's interesting because I was saying to, at the beginning of this particular live mini read session, there is an energy in the air. It's like a really potent energy, like charged raw material, which you can do a lot with charged raw material. So you can create a lot. You can, I mean, I can't tell you how specifically potent and crystallized and charged this month specifically, like it is so intensely charged. This is an energy where we literally all have the ability to kind of call lightning down from the heavens, like to say to the winds, blow east, and it blows east. Like it's that kind of energy where you can kind of bend things to your will. So for these guys that the two of you have dealt with, my encouragement for your consideration is to take a look at your thoughts and feelings and creatorship over the last 30 to 60 to 90 days when it comes to these two men or the men that have shown up in your world. And I want you to ask yourself, what have I imagined that is now playing out, even if I didn't want it to play out like this specifically? Because if there was something in the imagining that you wanted to play out that is now happening, like that's how like rapid the manifestation energy is coming into fulfillment. I think it exists. It's like that. All of that to say, if you don't like what you're experiencing or the way you're experiencing it, you have far more power and control over manifesting a different reality at this moment than we've probably ever had at any point in our lifetimes here on Earth. So think a different reality and get a different result, right? And get trained on that other reality. Don't be sloppy with your manifestation, thinking about this in the shower, that in the car, and then a third thing at work. be really consistent in the outcomes that you intend to create at this time. And don't let your kind of, manifestation energy start to capture and hold other energies that are contrary to what you actually want to experience. Because those things will also manifest. You got to really laser focus the brain. Yolanda, I hope that was useful to you as well. We're going to get to your reading right now, beloved. 7-4, hey, 4th of July, baby. Happy birthday, honey. 1975 and 10:22 p.m. Detroit, Michigan. Okay. Let's see. Okay. I'm having issues with family and career. Please help. Okay. That was useful for everyone. Thanks so much, moderators. I appreciate it. I did block the Ukrainian guy, so ain't nobody told him to go make an IG. Well, be mindful of where again, the manifestation. Let's see. Let me start the timer for Miss Yolanda now. Okay. Family is governed by Venus here, and work is governed by Mars and Pluto over there. Let's go ahead and see where natal Pluto is here. Okay. Opposite Jupiter. And natal Venus is here. Okay. Opposite Saturn, transit Saturn. Okay. So what's happening here is the closing out of a cycle, a season in your life where let's just talk about family first, where you and your family have been at odds about your love life. Yeah. I don't know what the issue has been with maybe your siblings, cousins, neighbors, soul family, family of origin when it comes to your love life. If they have been carrying on with your beloved, or your beloved's been trying to carry on with them. I know you know what I mean by carrying on, or if they just don't like your person in some way or your choices in your love life. This particular energy is going to have you snap back into alignment with yourself first, so that your love life can be congruent with you, for you, not with you for them. So Saturn is going to have you erect some boundaries in your world about what you will and won't do, what you will and won't talk about. Your third house of communication is indicated here, and what is and isn't appropriate for other people to be talking about when it comes to you. And again, your love life. These boundaries are necessary at this time. I think you are probably already knowing, given how long this energy has been in effect, precisely which boundaries you need. It does seem like, I gotta be honest, it's a bit of a pain in the ass to create these boundaries. You're going to have some pouty children on your hands around these boundaries. And simultaneously, it's 1,000% necessary at this point so that you can actually live your life in peace. Let's talk about career now. Your career sector pieces, with Mars and Pluto being the rulers of your career sector, Pluto being the one impacted by Jupiter. I am seeing a transition here in your career sector. Jupiter likes to bring opportunities to whatever it touches, but in your case, because the opportunity needs to come through Pluto, the ruler of the sign of Scorpio, in order to reach you, the only way it reaches you first is it has to go through a death, an ending first. So if you lost your job, or you got demoted, or it's just untenable to stay anymore, that ending is, from what I'm seeing, right on schedule. Not only is it on schedule, but it's the gateway, the portal to Jupiter in the second house of earned income and self-worth, self-esteem, self-respect. It is the portal to more money made in a way that values who you really are. So the ending is really the beginning in your case. Pluto governs resurrection cycles, but the rebirth cannot happen without an ending first. So if you're facing that ending, I want to welcome you to the Scorpio midheaven party, the water sign midheaven party. There's a couple of people I've spoken to who have been having these challenges with an ending before a new beginning occurs. What's you say here, Yolanda? It's my sibling. I've always had issues, no love life, want sibling to leave my child alone and stop talking about me. Like I said, there's going to be some boundaries going on here. That seems to be the major issue. And where the boundaries cannot be erected, you might need to find some other childcare issue or like a childcare support, or not have that sibling be in your world alone with your child, so that you can have a constructive relationship with your child. It's interesting, it comes through as something that's going on with your child, because what I'm seeing here is a love life issue. Interesting. Mm. Mm. Okay. Yeah, that's Neptune square your natal Mercury. Yeah, it's the same thing. It's the same message. You need, this is a moment in time. Like I said, it looks like there's going to be a bit of a pita sandwich in creating some boundaries, but it's the creation of these boundaries that allow you to conduct your life in the way you need to without, kind of stuff that's getting in the way. So hang in there. I'm so sorry that this is what you're going through. I know that really, really sucks, hon. Really sucks. Okay. And I'm thinking of leaving my job. Totally get it. Now would be a great time. If anyone else is joining and would like to get on the list, you certainly can. That is how you do it. Actually, there we go. Venmo, PayPal. Yeah. Okay, perfect. So we just read for Yolanda, and if you'd like to get on the list, it would be your turn. It is an exciting time. Let me go ahead and paste the link to our live stream over on the main channel. Give me a moment. But I am curious, there was a new moon on Tuesday in the sign of Cancer. This new moon had a lot of really intense energies to it. I'm curious how you guys experienced it, what you guys saw happening. What you saw happening emotionally in your world, emotionally in the world of the people around you. What did you notice? I'm going to go ahead and paste this over on my channel in the community section. There we go. Like a mini reading for your year ahead. Or if anyone wants to look into the change energy of this Uranus North and North Node conjunction, live mini readings. Join me now for live mini readings and a link. Ta-da! Gosh, that only took me forever. Okay, now let me come back to the chat and say hello to my peoples. All right, Priscilla says it's been very intense, great fatigue, people falling back into all patterns. Like, the fuck is this? It's too much work. Let's go back to my old ways. It's quite frustrating to see happening. Yeah, I'm definitely seeing some of that too for some people where they're just like, oh, let me just do my old thing, my old habit, my old pattern. Let me just run again. It is frustrating to see, but I think the one thing that's most exciting about this lunation is that it is almost like a bifurcation of timelines, which is what my guides had shown me at the start of the year, that there would be a big split in terms of collective energies and where people are at and what they're doing. There's going to be a certain group who's just ready. They're ready to ascend. They've been ready. They just needed a ticket. This is going to put them on an accelerated path to the expression of their soul's potential. There are other people for whom life conditioning has been challenging, such that they've lacked some of the tools for that ascension process. And because of that, they're at this period in time, they'll go on a different pathway. And in that pathway, the lesson is broken down. It's kind of like, oh, you're struggling with algebra 2. No problem. We'll take you back through the lessons of Algebra 1 in a different way in order to relay the foundation for you. And so for some people, they're going to see some loops, some cycles, some patterns repeating because either they were resistant to the lesson the first time, or because at this juncture, what they're experiencing or what's happening is it was just too much to get, or the tools, the resources in their third dimensional reality wasn't aligned to receive the lesson. And so they'll be given a second opportunity to learn it. It's sad when that happens, especially when you're dealing with a beloved. I hate to see it, hate to say it, but simultaneously, we all learn what we have to learn at the pace in which we're capable of learning it. And that's okay. Kylie says, well, I appreciate that statement. Thank you, Kay. Yeah, Kylie. Hopefully that's helpful and illuminating and gives a little bit more. Elvin says, more slow living. I notice I need less sleep. Yeah, likewise. I've been noticing I need less sleep too. Sally says she's noticing letting go completely. Jennifer H., welcome. I didn't see you there. A lot of regrets for me. Mistakes that I made coming up to the surface for me to deal. Yeah, Jennifer. Jennifer, what's your zodiac sign? I think I read for you and told you that this was going to be a period of time like that. I'm seeing a lot of that happen for my Scorpio friends and family. I'm getting a reading for him so we can drag him. Are you kidding me? Sally says, whoa, new moon. I've had a huge release of my twin. That is something that's happening now, Sally. Londa says, my child is 19 years old and I tried to create boundaries, but my mom breaks them. So I'm cutting them all off. Yeah, I'm so sorry, Yolanda, that you had to do that. Oh boy, it's really intense. And simultaneously, I understand, like, you're wanting to conduct your life down a certain path, and it's not going to be possible if you have these other two people consistently undermining your own authority with your child. That's how you raise a child who has authority issues and not knowing who to trust and always think they can get out of stuff by going around certain people. So if that's not an experience you want to instill in your child, I co-sign. You do need to do something different with the way those family dynamics are set up so that your children understand that you are the bottom line in their life. I get it. It's not an easy position that your sister and your mom have put you in. And if they have concerns about your parenting, the new boundary has to be, if you have concerns about my parenting, you bring it to me. You do not have that conversation with my child. We can have a conversation about it as adults, right? Okay. Let's see what else is happening here. Hey, Bhagyashri Sushmita, total surrender to the universe. Yes, please. Yes, please. There's balance around me, not in chasing mode. Jennifer, you're in Aries. Got it. Jennifer, what day? Aries of what month? March or April? I notice my April Aries are having that experience more than my March Aries. Elvin says, yeah, I feel like I have been ready and I'm ready for next steps. That's right. Yeah. Sally said, I had an intense dream Tuesday night showing me I must release my twin. I was in a holding pattern, which is holding me back from my ascension. It's hard to walk on, but easier since the dream. Yeah. Um, Bhagyashri says, I'm relatively at peace now. Thank goodness, right? March and April were a bit more challenging, but there is more peace now. July is going to turn it up again, just so you guys know. Some of the intensity of March and April, we're going to get some more of that late July and into August. So just get prepared for some of that. But there's a lot of that going on, Sally. Elvin says, I too am releasing my twin. I finally got comfortable and stable, and my guides was like, great, now let go. I was like, what? March 30th. You're right on the cusp, yeah, of April, March. Julia Sensia, hi, are we able to post our question before or just ask for general advice if we won't be able to stay on live? To get on the list, Julia, welcome. First of all, it's great to have you here. To get on the list, what you need to do is not paste a question, but you just need to make your payment and then you can paste your question afterwards. Once payment is made, whoever pays next is the person I read for next. Once payment is made, I'll come back to the chat, post your birth details and post your question. And then I'll go ahead and do the reading for you. Okay. Jennifer, how old are you? I'm just curious if you're experiencing one of the major life transits, because they can bring that kind of regret for sure. Kylie says, I had another dream about work, 2 times the quitting dream. Maybe it's a sign, Kylie. Maybe you want to reconsider that. I can relate to the tarot and astrology big time in ascension mode now. Right on, Bhagyashri. Jennifer says, dying to redo 40. Yeah. Jennifer, you're in the midst of your, what's that called? Your Uranus opposition. And that Uranus opposition energy does bring forward a lot of, am I on track? Am I doing what I need to do correctly? So for anyone that's just joining, welcome. It's a pleasure to have you here. You would be next on the list. To get on the list, all you need to do is make your payment via PayPal. It's $25.25 or Venmo, USD. And you would literally be next. Have once you've made your payment, come right back here into the chat, and I'll let you know that I have you on the list. And once I've got you, and I will read the list in order of who's paid. First, next paid is next read, is the way this works. So you have interviews next week. Right on. Ubuntu.dl says, have I met my life partner? I am not psychic. I do astrological readings. And so if you want to ask a question about compatibility with someone, that would probably need to be done in a private reading. If you want to ask a question about, is a season of love coming for me? Like, is timing for love available? I can answer that with astrology. I can also answer questions like, what do I need for love to come in? That would be a great question for astrology. Like, what kind of partner is going to be best for me versus the kind of person I'm just attracted to? If you've had problems in love, like repeated patterns, I can certainly look at those repeated patterns for you and say, hey, this is how you get out of repeating that same loop, that same pattern. The other thing that I can see is in astrology when it comes to love is kind of like if there's like blockages or wounds, how do you heal those when it comes to your love life as well? So there's all of that. If you'd like to look at any of those, Buntu, I'd be happy to read for you. Like I said, you just need to make payment and jump on the list, and you would be next. Thank you, Bhagyashri. I really appreciate it. Looks like Julia just jumped on the list. So we'll read for Julia next. Sandra says that Julia Vasquez, Sandra Vasquez, I released my twin as well. So a lot of that in the air and not an accident. That thing, the reason why you're seeing so many people talk about releasing their twin at this time, and Julia, it's your turn. Please paste your cue. And for anyone else who wants to jump on the list, you can. You'd be right after Julia. You can make payment via Venmo or via PayPal. Okay. The reason why you're seeing so many people talk about this, are you guys seeing this? Lots of people saying, oh, I've released my twin, or I'm letting this go, or I just had to let go. I couldn't hold on anymore. Are you guys seeing this conversation happen in the collective at all? Let me know. Let's see. Let me share the screen. Because if you're all seeing it, then I'll speak to it. But if you're not, then I'll leave it alone. Yeah, Sandra, you totally can. You would be right after Julia. I'm going to read for Julia now. And then after that, I will read for you. Julia, I need a birth location, please. And if you have a birth time, I need that as well. And Julia, that's too broad of a question. I actually need something more specific to work with. Unfortunately, I've had too many people ask me broad questions like that. And then when they hear me read for somebody who asked a more specific question, they'll tell me, well, why didn't you tell me about that? And I'll say, because you left it up to me. And then they'll be like, I want a refund. And I'll say, sorry, the reading is done. My time has been spent. No refunds here. So you need to be specific about what you'd like to know. And then I can provide some insight. Okay. Pick an area of life. And in that area of life, I can, I don't know where in Mexico were you born? Mexico has several time zones. Which city? I need to get the time zone right. Okay, so Elvin says, tell us. Ooh. Yes, Sandra, you can still make payment whenever you're ready to make payment. I will add you to the list. Mexico City. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Okay, and which area of life do you want me to look at? Love, health, money, friends, family, work? Do you want me to look at, painful childhood wounds? Do you want me to look at future things coming on? What do you want me to look at specifically? Love. Okay, we'll see what advice Spirit has for you or what your chart provides in the arena of love right now. Thank you for being specific. I really appreciate that. It helps you have a better quality of experience. With your love life is the seventh house of committed partnership. We have Saturn on the move in its home house and home sign. This is very interesting. Future things coming up in love. Okay, that's fine. We'll look at future things coming up in love at this time. Okay. Sounds good, Jennifer. Have a great day at work. With Saturn in this placement, first of all, anything Saturn touches, Saturn wants to bring more into alignment, create more integrity. The root word of the word integrity is integer, and integer means whole, integrated, all one. And so, with Saturn on the move through that seventh house of committed partnership, there's a union with self energy going on whereby anything and any way that you have been interacting in the arena of love, how you've been behaving, the way you've let people treat you, the kind of person you've been interacting with, if this has in fact compromised you, asked you to be less of yourself, pretzel yourself, hide parts or repress parts of yourself, at this time, you're going to find that those romantic partners exit your life. The only ones who will be allowed in or who will be allowed to stay are people that allow you to live at your highest soul expression, allow you to be all of yourself, even if you don't even know what all of yourself looks like. The planets do, God does. And so, right, what's happening right now is the way is being paved for all of you to happen in your love life, for all of you to be at the table. Frequently, this transit represents either a marriage transit for some and a divorce transit for others, but it is rarely a nothing transit where nothing happens. Marriage, because Saturn likes to create boundaries. If in fact you are in the right relationship, Saturn will create a boundary around it, a ring around it, and protect it. If in fact you are in an incorrect relationship, Saturn will create a barrier or a ring between you and the person that has been incorrect for you and cause that relationship to come to completion at this time. Saturn's going to hang out here, I'd say, for about another year and a half in your seventh house of committed partnership. During this time, this year and a half, it is specifically demanding of you that you pay attention to people who allow you to be whole romantically and people who do not. And you also pay attention to your desires, whom you want to be around and whom you don't. If there's been desire to be around people who actually don't want what's best for you, this is going to be a heartbreaking transit. If it's because Saturn isn't going to allow those people to stay, they will be removed at this time. So hang in there, not an easy time. With this particular situation going on in your love life right now, I'm also seeing some new beginning energy hit next year once Jupiter gets to the ninth degree. The ninth degree of Aries and speak to the ninth degree of fire sign Sagittarius harmoniously. That transit is going to bring somebody new and most likely really aligned into your relationship sector. Uranus is the relationship of the ruler of your relationship sector. Jupiter here expands whatever he touches. It's going to speak to the ruler of your relationship sector. Specifically, I want you to look for people who come from family members. If you get introduced through family members, or if you go to a place that you consider home, it's likely that you would meet someone from that place or in that place. All right. So there you go. Thank you so much for allowing me to read for you. You have to let me know how that resonates. Saturn through the seventh can be a very silent, quiet time for people, because we all have a tendency to just hang out with whoever's here. Saturn's not going to let you do that. Hey, Kat, so great to see you. Been on my mind this week. How's it going? How's this new moon going for you? All right, Julia, you're welcome, sweetheart. Next year is a lot better, but for now, anyone who's exiting, trust the exit is divinely designed. We're going to read for Sandra next. Welcome, Sandra. How's it going? I hope you're doing well. It's your turn. And after we read for Sandra, we'll read for Jasmine. Jasmine is also on the list. So while we wait for Sandra to please paste your birth details, I need place, date. Let me put that a different way. Month, day, year, and also time if you have it, and then your cue. Of course, Priscilla, you can always do that with me. Thank you for asking. If you'd like to ask a second question, list is moving pretty quickly and there's few people on it. So it's going to be Sandra's turn and then Jasmine's. Please paste your cue, Sandra, now, and birth details. Also, make sure you're current in the chat, live stream, close, and then re-enter. Awesome. Okay. Let's get into this. So we were talking about people who were releasing twins, right? That there's a lot of people in this conversation right now, or in the conversation of some sort of surrender. What my guide showed me at the start of the year, actually late last year, actually in 2021, let's see. Let's reshare screen. There's an energy coming that's going to realign divine counterparts with people who are ready to anchor the love here on earth with them now. And so you may have had a particular divine counterpart up until this point. But this very rare energy that's coming in now is an energy that specifically let's see. If your twin's been unavailable, they're saying you would get rematched with somebody who will become ignited in the path of divine counterpartship. So it is, let's just see. Where is my girl's birth details? All this spam in my chat. I can't see it. Okay. Let's do this. Sandra was born in Mexico, Monterrey. So there's 2 Monterreys here, Nuevo Leon. Okay, and 7/14. Hey, happy birthday, Sandra. Happy birthday to you. 10:50 p.m. Okay, great. Sandra, what's your question, beloved? What is coming in love now that I've released my twin? Great question. Great question. Let me come back here. So hopefully what I explained about kind of, new divine counterpart stuff coming up is made sense to you guys. Yeah, you're totally welcome. After I read for Sandra, I'm going to read for Jasmine. Jasmine, if you would please go ahead and get your question ready. Please don't paste it yet. When I call your name, paste it. Kat, same for you. The two of you will be after. Okay, Emily, Yolanda, Jasmine, Kat. Okay, cool. Let me set the timer and then we can begin. So, when I look for your love life, what I'm seeing here is the seventh house of committed partnership is a Mercury governed house and a moon governed house. What we have there, 27 degrees Libra, 5 degrees Leo. Okay, I see. Wow, interesting. Okay, there it is. It's Saturn. Okay. Ooh, this is going to be good. And then where's the opportunity bringer? Where is Jupiter, Mercury? Well, girl, I want you to prepare yourself, Sandra, because it does look like there is the potential for some love stuff to come in this summer and into this time next year. There's a 1 year window of time that I'm seeing. It actually it happens in chunks. There's a Jupiter stage, there's a Saturn stage now, a Jupiter stage through next year, and there's a Plutonian stage that takes you from next year for another 4 years when it comes to love. And what's interesting about this is that these stages are all bringing in the potential for next level, higher level love in your life. It's bringing in an energy of, I'd say it's activation, but it's not as much that as it is. Sandra, it's interesting because you're going to look at your life and you're going to see there were a type of relationship or a type of person that I was into prior to 2022, 2023. But then after that, I was into people who were more like this instead. And this period of time is reconfiguring your internal settings, your internal picker. I don't know if anyone's ever, probably not looking at your chart, but I've seen other people have this problem where somebody tells them, they're like, hey, I can never seem to figure it out, get the right person. And somebody says, yeah, your picker is broken. You always pick the wrong kind of person for you. I don't see you have that problem. But what I am seeing is that your picker is getting reset. And the kind of person who will be attracted to you and whom you will attract is going to be very different than the kind of person and kind of relationship you've had before. So, for example, before you may have been into a guy who is kind of, like a guy's guy, old school, believes the man should work, he should take care of the lady, when you go on dates, he always wants to pay for them, yada, 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 yada. During this period of time, a few different things could happen. Number one, you could find yourself attracted to a completely different gender. That's one way it could play out, although doubtful for you based on what I'm seeing here. It just looks like if you're attracted to the gender, you're attracted to gender, whatever. Is the person that you're attracted to? That doesn't look like a change, but what looks like a change is the type of person and the way they behave. Where instead of being attracted to that kind of guy, then you're attracted to instead the kind of guy who loves to split with you, loves to travel with you, isn't about, the guy does everything. It is instead is about, you're a woman, you're powerful, you do too. Like, get yours, mama. Like, you might be attracted to that kind of person instead. And that would be very new for you, that you'd have that level of freedom and that level of kind of like empowerment from a partner. And that's what I'm seeing. That's just an example of the way a type can change, but be paying attention to the pattern in terms of the type of person you've been attracted to. Because what I'm seeing is two things: type of person you're attracted to, shifting. Two, the kind of person who's attracted to you, shifting. Three, the type of relationship dynamic you have going forward, the power dynamics are about to start shifting as well in such a way that it leaves you more empowered inside romantic partnership than ever. If I were to look for a timing for when a person might come in, like I said, I see next year being extremely significant for you. So I would say just get ready. Like start, your meditations, your visualizations for what's possible. It's almost like you're getting a second shot at love now that your heart isn't as tied up in your divine counterpartship in the same way. And the second shot of love gives you an opportunity to manifest love in the way that you truly want it. Okay, sweetie, I hope that was useful for you. Thank you so much. You're going to have to let me know how that resonated with what you've been experiencing. Yes, happy birthday to all the cancers in cancer season. Lindsay Carmichael, hey, and welcome. Great to have you here. Thank you. You're welcome, Sandra. Very welcome. So that was Sandra. We're going to read for Jasmine now. Jasmine, welcome. While Jasmine pastes her cue, you're welcome, Sandra. While Jasmine pastes her cue, I'll just say a couple of other messages I've received about this Uranus North Node conjunction. New sets of twins coming online, as some twins who just have abandoned the journey completely are, kind of decommissioned, I guess you could say. They're still here. They're just in other places. New twins or dormant twins will get the activation for their connection during the season. There will also be a bit of a transition for some who have stayed the path, but their partner needs more time or something else. You'll be allowed to have a divine counterpartship and experience that love you've had with your twin with somebody else. I've certainly seen that as something that's occurring. And then some people where their divine counterpartship has been all one way, like reversals and about faces. So for example, yesterday I read for a woman where it's just been constant chaos and back and forth in their connection. They had been in therapy. It was a long distance relationship. He was traveling to visit her. They'd break up every 3 months or so. And then he'd come back and say, I want to marry you. Then he'd take her ring shopping. Then they'd break up again. Then he'd take her ring shopping again. Then they'd break up again. And she got to a place where she was seeing there's so much stagnancy and lack of movement. Energetically, she was unplugging from the connection. She wasn't even trying to unplug the connection. It was just unplugging on its own. She was starting to not feel the same. And he could feel it. And he knew, the energies were speaking to him in a significant way. He knew, he was like, I either need to step up or step out of the way of this woman's life. And sure enough, he went and got the ring. He proposed last week. And now they've gone from this all or nothing to having a conversation. Okay, how do we want to live together? How do we want to fully structure a life together? They had this off and on thing to just fully on. My gosh, these dogs. I love them. My favorite freaking dogs, but they are so fucking loud. When people come to the door. Hang on, let me shut this door. So expect dramatic changes, yes, but simultaneously, you never know which way they're going to go. She thought it was over and it was time to give it up. Turns out it wasn't. Turns out he decided the way to go was to kind of step up and lean in. And so there's, all of that coming on now, because this is a moment of like leaning in now or never. And so some of you may also be experiencing that where, it's either been off and on and just no movement. You may not even be trying to unplug from your connection. It's just happening. You're just not feeling the same. You're just not connected in the same way. And where that's occurring for you, what's going to be really important is that you give yourself the permission to explore and experience the process organically without forcing yourself back into your connection or forcing yourself away from the connection. Try not to control what's happening in your heart, but explore what's happening in your heart. Okay. Kylie says abandoned. That's how I'm feeling. Yeah, I'm sorry, sweets. I'm very sorry. Hang in there, Miss Kylie. Priscilla says, yes, very much feeling that. Priscilla, abandoned or kind of like the connection is just going a little dormant or something? Where is Jasmine? I'm not sure what happened to her, but Kat, are you here? You may have to refund Miss Jasmine because I haven't seen her post her question. Let me write refund next to her name. So we'll do Kat, then we'll do Priscilla. Elvin says that was very well said, Kay. Okay. Glad that it's providing some insights that are giving a bit of resonance. Yeah, no forcing. Having to just observe. That's it, Priscilla. Observe the connection. Observe what's coming through. Observe what's in your heart. Because the reality is you're not going to be able to force your heart in one way or the other anyway. The mind we can control, the heart we cannot. You want what you want. That's just the way that is. If you just don't want certain things in the way you used to, no amount of trying to program yourself is going to get it there. And if you do want certain things, no amount of trying to get yourself to stop wanting it is going to make you not want it. All right. So, all right. So I don't know what happened. Where is Kat? Where is Jasmine? Priscilla, I see that you are here. You are ready. You are present. Priscilla, let's get your question and your birth details. Let's go ahead and move forward with you, and then we will circle back around. If there's anyone who would like to jump on the list, you certainly can. The way to do that is 2525 over to PayPal or Venmo, and I will read your chart. Friend, loved one, lover, family. We can have a look for anything that would be useful to you in understanding your connections or yourself and where things are at. So let's set up Priscilla's chart. Belgium, Brussels, and let's go 11/6. 1985, and let's go 8:37 a.m. Excellent. Kylie, can you help her get current in the chat, please? Priscilla, what's your question? Okay. So we'll read for Priscilla, then we'll go back to Kat and then Jasmine. Okay. November 6th, 85. Can you guys still, let me just refresh my page. Maybe I'm behind. What's going on in my love life? It's been dormant for 3 years. That's a really good question. Okay. You are about to get a reset. Dormant is not what it's about to be anymore. This North Node Uranus conjunction that we've been talking about, that's changing everyone's path. It's changing whatever's been happening in your seventh house. So whatever it's been is not what it will be. And the seventh house is the house of committed partnership. This divine intervention coming into your love life is giving you the opportunity to bring love in a way that you've not been able to before. There's 12 houses that this could hit, Priscilla. But instead of hitting any of the 12, it is specifically hitting your seventh house of committed partnership. My suspicion is that you have felt something building and brewing and coming for some time now. But with it now arriving, with it now being here, being in the place of having it, finally get here, there may be something stirring within you where you're getting really clear. There are some things I have to focus on if I really want this to happen for me. When I look at your natal chart for blocks or challenges in the arena of love, I certainly see Chiron here. This has been a challenge in self-expression when it comes to love, a challenge in vulnerability and communication when it comes to love. Let me just see all the worlds. All right. One of the things that you're going to need to do, and I certainly see the Sun, Juno, South Node configuration here in your 12th house, and the Saturn on your horizon line, and the horizon in Scorpio. This combo, one of the things I'm seeing has been a major blockage for you when it comes to your love life, Priscilla, is an inability to put yourself out there, make yourself visible from the heart space. I see you have no problem intellectualizing, analyzing, conversing, the back and forth. But when it comes to providing the emotional outlet for someone's cord to plug into, yours has one of those little plastic things over it so that nothing can plug into it. And one of the things you're going to need to work on through this period of time is exposing yourself to people, putting yourself out there. And putting oneself out there is not the same as going on dates. You could go on a date every day of the week and still not be connecting, still not be open, still not be emotionally available. And I'm seeing for you, what these energies are trying to do is crack you open to facilitate your capacity to connect more richly, more deeply, be more emotionally open and connected with people, more vulnerability. And I see for you, there's some real like pain and trepidation around that with Chiron here. Not to worry. The answer for that Chiron issue, when Chiron is in Gemini, the answer is to look to the placement of the natal Mercury. For you, this natal Mercury sits in Sagittarius in the first house. The thing that is going to solve your relationship problems is learning how to speak your truth. Just be honest with people. Tell them what you really feel. Tell them what you really think. Don't sugarcoat. Don't white lie. Don't keep things surface. Don't redirect. Don't miss opportunities to go deeper by deflecting and going around and redirecting to the other person, which I see you're very good at all of that. Instead, what you're being asked to do is to just be honest. So I have an example. I've got a Scorpio friend who said to me, he was in a bar a while ago and, had a nice, lovely conversation with this woman. And at the end of the evening, she had said, "Hey, can I get your number? This has been great. I'd love to connect more. I feel like there's something here." And instead of just being honest, which he was with me when we had the conversation, he says to me, "Oh man, Kay, I didn't know what to do. So I just lied. I just told her I was starting to see someone." I said, "Oh, really?" He's like, "Yeah, what would you do in that situation?" I was like, "I would say to that person, this was just a moment for me, and I'm not interested in taking the moment further, but I'm really flattered that you wanted to. Thank you for letting me know. It's very validating, but I'm not in the place to be willing to take this further at this time." That's what I would say. And so because it's honest. It's just real. Like, I don't want anything other than what this moment was. Thanks. No thanks. And so that type of honesty, that type of congruency is what you're being asked to do as a way of being more real and more emotionally connected with people. You could be the girl in that situation. You meet somebody out, you really like the way it feels, and actually saying something and not just getting back in your car and saying nothing and then thinking about it for the next 2 months. Facilitating and bringing forth that kind of Sagittarius truth and honesty is what's going to heal some of your overthinking and concern about whether or not you're good enough, whether or not people get you and connect to you. Just be honest. Be your own beacon. The boats that are right for you will come to you. That's what you're being asked to do through this energy with your love life. It is about to change, but that change also has to come with your own active participation. And so if you participate, trust, you will get the reward. You'll get the participation reward. It is here. Okay, so Priscilla, thank you. It was a treat to read for you. We're going to come back now to Kat. Miss Kat, let's see. Yeah, I get it, Priscilla. I certainly see that. Speaking my truth, what the tarot keeps telling me to do, spot on. I'm an actress. And as you say, it's really easy to put myself out there, but not being vulnerable. Thank you for affirming. You're very welcome, Priscilla. Glad that that was useful for you and validating of what you're already being told. Your chat is a little slow, but you are not behind. Okay, thank you for confirming, Kylie. I'll refresh. Let me go ahead and read for Kat, and then we will I'll let me set up Kat's chart and then I'll refresh so that we can keep moving in sync with one another, beloveds. Okay, so Miss Kat, we have you. Oh my gosh, that's so crazy. Oh, okay, that's Priscilla's birthday. I was like, wait, you guys have the same birthday? No, Kat is born in May. Happy belated birthday again, Kat. Okay, Taiwan, and we've got Pay. And we've got 5/24, 1985. And then we've got 10:55 p.m. I mean, thankfully, my friend has been working the same lesson as you. I feel like both the Saturn Uranus square and opposition to people who are Scorpio suns, they're all getting whacked with the same lesson at the same time. Every person I know, including the vent here, she's a Scorpio, are all getting whacked with this like, be honest, be congruent, be vulnerable, be real energy. And it's not just you guys. Taurus is getting whacked with it. Leo and Aquarius are getting whacked with it. The purpose of this transit with Uranus and Taurus, Saturn and Aquarius, and all of the fixed signs getting impacted by it all at once is to help facilitate and lay foundation for the next level of your life. But that the next level can't come in if you're still living in the old patterning. The old patterning will only yield and generate old results. If you don't like the old results, you need to put in some new behaviors. New behaviors, new results. Old behaviors, old results. Fixed signs can really struggle with change. And so there's heavy, heavy hitters. Uranus, major change. Saturn, massive change as well. These heavy hitters are hitting our fixed signs all at one time to really force you along your path in your soul growth. I have a Scorpio moon and I've got the same thing coming up for me, where I'm noticing I need to be more honest, more real, more congruent with people about the way their behaviors are making me feel and the impact of their behaviors in my worlds. Saturn, boundaries. Uranus, change the boundaries so that I can feel emotionally congruent with myself. The only person that matters at the end of the day is me. I'm stuck with me. And if I can't show up in my circumstances in a way that allows me to be me, unfortunately, what happens is I walk away from my circumstances with all kinds of regret, angst, or resentment. those sensations are a direct function of self-repression. You flip that into self-expression, and what you get is, I'm at peace with how that went. They may not have liked it. I'm sad that I couldn't make them feel good. And simultaneously, it is what it is. They will find their way. It's up for them to be accountable for them, not for me to be responsible for them. You follow how this goes. So for those of you who have significant fixed placements in any of the fixed signs, know that this has been the lesson last year, this year, and into next year. Okay. Let's go ahead and read for Miss Cat here. We have Miss Cat says, what's happening in the near future? I'm still looking for housing. I found out last week I need 3 surgeries in the near future. And I've never seen the scammer archetype so strongly. What? All right. I'm hoping you're not getting scammed, Cat. I don't know. Okay. Hopefully you are not the one getting scammed. Like, it's in the ether, in the collective for sure. Like, we have like the Tinder swindler, and we have like the Anna Delvey documentary. And then there's another one called Bad Vegan, where there's lots of conversation in the collective about exposing lies, exposing things that aren't real or true, or exposing, people who are trying to get one over on us, right? That's a collective conversation that has to do with the South Node in Scorpio, but that's not unique or local to you. Let's see what's unique and local to you about said surgeries and about housing. Okay. This is Taurus. This is the moon. The moon is at home. This is Venus. You've got these surgeries coming. Okay. Okay, and it's a Saturn sextile. So you're going to have to do some work to actually make these happen, I see. Oh boy. All right, 20 degrees, 19 degrees. Yeah, I'm seeing the primary issue with the surgeries, if it hasn't already been brought to light, is figuring out how you're going to pay for these. Not the surgeries, but the home, like figuring out like financially how you're going to pay for them. It's hard to find authenticity in others and stay in flow as of late, though everyone has given positive feedback on cards and concept. Okay, good. Not me, because I'm attracted, but so many others. Yeah. Okay, good. What I'm seeing here, as Pluto is opposite your moon, Saturn is here, I think the housing pieces are going to fall in place in the second half of the year once this Uranus North Node conjunction completes itself. These two are going to take place in your home space, but right now things are up in the air until you get past this. We collectively don't get past this Uranus North Node conjunction until we're into August, September. Once you're into August and September, there are still spots left, KK. You can join. Once you get into August and September, you will find that finding a home is much easier. My suspicion, based on what I'm seeing here and the channeled information coming through about it for you personally, is that the house that you will live in, the housing that you need, it's not available yet. It's not on the market yet. And you'll find this once you actually find it in September, October. You'll say, hey, I've been looking since, June, July. They'll be like, we weren't ready then. They'll tell you. And so if you can find a good place to hang tight, that would be useful. Get your money together, because I see it's going to stretch you just a little bit financially, but the money that you need to have the place will be there. That much I do see. When it comes to the health issues and the surgeries, I certainly see that here with Pluto opposite your moon at that 27th degree of Cancer in its home house of health and well-being. It is on schedule, and simultaneously I can see it's not easy. I'm so sorry. This looks a little bit like maybe some reproductive health stuff. It looks a little bit like some stuff related to emotion, perhaps like things that manifested in the physical that had more to do with repressed emotions. Repressed emotions can make us really sick. And they can disrupt our body harmony. And so what I'm seeing here is that for you, your emotions and your physical health are directly tied together with Cancer here on your sixth house. Cancer governs this, it's a sign that governs emotional congruency and integrity. And where that's out of whack, for you personally, you're actually going to find that it expresses itself directly in physical health issues. For other people, it could be a disconnect from spirituality if there's fire there, unexpressed communication if there's air there. But for you, it's emotions, toxic emotions trying to come out, needing a place to go. Um, so I want you to hang on, get the surgeries done that you need to. But what this Pluto is trying to do is ignite your power and get you into your power when it comes to your emotions so that you exactly, Kat, you're not holding anything in. And if you're struggling with this, some practices that I recommend are EFT to get the emotions out, emotional freedom technique. I also like breath work for you. It can really help the stored, lodged emotions come out. If you have not looked up holotropic breath work, please do. You're going to find that that's extremely useful for you in terms of getting those emotions out and activating your innate healership. Okay. Thank you, Kat. It was a treat to read for you. I'm going to have to refund you $10 when I'm done with the live. I see that you paid for the tarot with it, but I don't have my tarot cards with me today, unfortunately. So I'm going to need to send that $10 back to you. All right. Um, moving on, did Jasmine ever return? Like, did she just went MIA? Jasmine, are you here? If Jasmine's here, we'll take her next. If not, I've got some other people who've jumped on the list since we've been talking. I'm going to go ahead and update the list and confirm who I'm reading for next. So if you've made a payment while I was doing one of the most recent readings, thank you so much. I just invite you to hang tight. Give me a minute. I am going to go ahead and read for you as soon as I have fully updated the list. Okay. Thank you, Priscilla. I appreciate it. I got All the Worlds LLC. I have you on the list. Then I have Elvin on the list. All right. And then let me just double check the Venmo. Thanks, comma. Okay, got it. Really appreciate it. Julia Torres, we did, and Kat, we just did. Okay, cool. Cool. Let me come back in here. Comma, I don't see you here, sweetie. I don't see a payment that would have come through for you. I have All the Worlds. I have Elvin. I have Pause. And that's it. Oh, I see you now. It just literally just came through. Okay. Thank you, KK. It's funny. I have a friend I call KK. At least I hope we're still friends. My friendship group has been changing a lot. As I've evolved. Okay. Let's see. Hey, Flower, I was wondering where you were. How's it going? It's great to see you, sweets. Hopefully you're doing well. Let's go ahead and have All the Worlds. Oh, Elaine, your pause. Okay, got it. Awesome. No problem, Elaine. I will just, Elaine. Thank you for letting me know. I'm going to do All the Worlds, Elvin, and then you, Elaine, and then KK. Awesome. Cool. All free. You're here. Let's do this. Let me have it. All free. Let's do it. While you get your pieces together, all free, I need your birth details. I need your date, location, year, time if you have it. No, girl, you are 2 steps ahead of me. Thank you, baby cakes. I really appreciate it. Big water energy in the house today. I love it. Let me share screen. I was about to go grab some water. If one of the mods could just handle that, that would be amazing. Hey, Naked HD, there are no bros in this chat. I'm so sorry. You are out here preaching to the wrong choir. You got the wrong demographic today. We do spiritual stuff on this channel and stuff that has to do, with, light work, high vibes, energy. We're not into sex stuff over here. Not in the way that you are inviting us to be into. So sorry. So, if you find other live streams that are more aligned for you, you probably would be better spending your marketing hours today than posting in this chat. This chat, we're just not your audience. We're just not your demographic, hon. But there's probably, maybe on TikTok, maybe some people on OnlyFans who are looking for what you have to offer. I just think this spiritual audience is a bit of a waste of your energy. It's spreading the dollars you can make back for what you're doing. It's spreading those dollars really thin by continuing to visit our chat and do that. Okay, let's get into it. Let me hit that start. What is your question? All free. I need more specific. If you need more specific. What is the question? All free? I don't see it. Talk to you, my first baby daddy. Nice. All free. I don't see your question, beloved. If you could just paste your question for me, that would be great. Now I have that song in my head. You're free to do what you want to do. Got to live your life. I set the intention for these bots to stop. Ew, yeah, gross. Yeah. Yeah, they just don't know. There's somebody out there with their marketing team just spamming everyone who happens to be live, and it's just a waste of their time. We're just not their audience. The vent likes that song. I love it. Let me know what your question is, all free, and we will get right into it, baby. After we do all free, then I'm going to do Elvin, then Elaine, and then KK in that order. Okay. Oh yeah, Flower. They have since we started. Question: what is happening with my love life? My twin. Okay. K on the ones and twos. Yes. There was a point in my life where I thought I would be a DJ ages and ages ago. Like a radio disc jockey, that kind of DJ. And then there was another point in my life where I was like, oh, what I really want to do is be a like musician DJ, like electronic music DJ. Thought that would be cool too. Okay. What's happening with your love life? Oh, I really love how the universe has set up today's sessions. Like these sessions are set up to drive points home. First of all, I don't know who put the memo out here for everybody who's a Scorpio to join today's live stream, but you're all here and you're all getting some of the same messages. So, all free, I hope you have been hanging out and listening to what I've been saying for Aquarius, Leo, Scorpio, and Taurus. Because it applies to you too 1,000%, especially when it comes to your love life. Because now, for those of you who've been here for a minute, you'll recall we've seen a chart or two like this today. Uranus, North Node, opposite the sun in a person's 7th house of committed partnership when it comes to the world of love for you. If you've been the kind of person who's thought they would never settle down, this is when you'll meet someone and you and that person will want to settle down, or you'll want to settle down with somebody you know. If you've been the kind of person who's been married all this time and you have you may be coming to the clarity that what you want is to not be married at all, or you want a very different kind of marriage than the kind you've had. If you've been the kind of person who, you know, you've had love triangles your whole life, it's always you, a main person, and a backup person. This is when you may decide, I need to get right, real, and congruent with this. What I actually want is open relationships. I want to be in a situation where there's more than one person and a specific type of poly. You can define it. Alternatively, you could be that love triangle person and realize, I actually don't want that anymore. I want something stable, exclusive, and committed with one person. So, whatever it has been, the pattern is about to flip for you completely. And this flip for you and your love life is about to move you along a path where what you're having the opportunity to do is finally have something you want in your love life that you've always wanted, that you've always desired. And this is moving you along that path to get there. Yes, I've been married all this time. I'm just divorced, thought I wanted to be free. Now he wants commitment. I'm not surprised, all free. I am not surprised at all. That's what this Uranus is doing. It's taking you from moving in one direction to now moving in a completely different one. You get free will to decide how you want this to go, up to you. But what I can see here is that it's an about face. It's a direct change. Okay. So, it's a gift. This energy is a real gift for you. It's giving you the opportunity to move into a higher level vibration. I'm really confused about what you just said, all free. You're married, but now your husband wants commitment. I'm very confused. Maybe you can clarify so I can provide better insight and advice. So yeah, it's great stuff. Love life wise, I'm seeing that the next 2 years elevate your commitment status in some way, like something seems to settle in and take off in the world of romantic partnership for you that just wasn't there or available before. You're the kind of person, I'm looking at this energy in your chart, all free. You're the kind of person who'd probably really benefit from a relationship reading with whomever you're talking about, where I can look at their chart, your chart, and understand what the dynamics have been and how this Uranian energy is impacting them too. So we can look at, okay, how to work with this based on the behaviors you're seeing. Because the behaviors, it's easy to misinterpret behaviors if we don't know where they're coming from, or misinterpret the changes if you don't know where they're coming from. Got it. All free. Got it. Okay. So there you go. There it is. If you've been wanting to be with your twin, it sounds like now's the time. I did say this was a union window and a lot would come together during this period of time. So, I would try not to overthink it, lean into where the heart space is. Like I said, train running down one track gets picked up, put down on a completely different track. Exciting times for you. If you would like to book a private, the place to do that would be over at kmoonastro.com. And it would give you the opportunity to look at the readings or look at the charts together. Okay. All right. So we just read for all the worlds. Very cool. Now we're going to do Elvin. Yeah, it would be good. I mean, just the 30-minute alone will probably give you a lot of illumination and insight into what's happening in your connection and how things are progressing and unfolding. Okay. Hey, Jasmine, I'm so sorry, sweetie. I'm going to have to put you at the end of the current list. I know you had to step away. I called for you 3 different times in between 3 different people. I have to move forward now with the people who are on the list and who are waiting. Please hold your question. I will call you after I'm done with KK and put you back in at that point. But for now, I'm going to move on to Elvin, then Elaine, then KK, and then we'll come back to you. I totally understand you had that work call you had to take, but the way I run my list in this house is if you miss your turn, I put you at the end of the list and I'll read for you when I'll come back. Okay, let's have it, Elvin. What is your next question, beloved? Elvin, while you post, I'm going to grab some more water. Be right back. Okay, beloveds, we are back. Thank you so much. So Jasmine, just confirm you heard what I shared. I can also, if you're like, I just have to go, I can also just refund you. If you're like, if you can't stay, if you're like literally in the middle of work stuff, I can also just refund you, no problem. If you'd like for me to definitely do the reading for you, then just sit tight. I will be right back here with you. Like I said, after I read for KK, I'm going to do Elvin, Elaine, and then KK, then you. If you can hang out for that, great. If not, I completely understand. You may have other things you need to do with your day. I just can't add you back in until I've gotten to the end of the current list. Okay. Hey, Pauline, welcome. Pauline asked, like a mini reading window for Twin and I to get together. Do I need a private, then a mini? That's a good question, Pauline. In a mini reading, I can look at one person's chart, and some people will make two payments so that I can look at two people's chart at separate times. Like I'll pull up their chart, one reading, pull up your chart, another reading. And you can do it that way if you prefer. They're 4 minutes a piece, Pauline. So there's only so much insight that I can get in there for you. However, if you're open to it and you want real, like deeper insight, I do strongly recommend a private reading, and a 30-minute will do you. Like you don't need much more than that to understand what the union window will bring for you and your counterpart, especially if you have like complex circumstances, and the circumstances will help me understand if the energy is being used in the light or shadow. If you want to be able to explain a lot of circumstance than what 120 character text in a chat can do, I strongly recommend and encourage the private reading. I do have space available mid-July. Actually, no. For a 30-minute, I think I have space available next week. I might take a look. It'd be nice to read for you if you'd like to go in depth about it. Otherwise, I can kind of look at the surface and just get a sense of where things stand in a mini. If you just want to do your chart, we can look at your love life. If you just want to do your counterparts chart, we can do theirs. Okay. Pauline. Okay. Elvin says for 1994, 6:14 p.m. All right, let's get into it. All right. Kylie, if you wouldn't mind explaining to her what it is I just explained, that would be great. It does seem like she may be behind in the chat, and maybe she just hasn't gotten to the place where I have explained what I just explained, which she'll catch up to in a minute, I suppose. All right. Elvin says, I've always had a hard time making friends. How do I get better at it? Great question. Your friendship house is governed by Leo, ruler being the sun. Aw, in your seventh house of committed partnership. It looks like your best friends are going to be people that you've dated, romantic partners to you. Um, okay, no problem, Pauline. We've got all next year for the union window too. Okay, so there's no urgency or rush. We are in the energy now, but it continues into next year. So some of your best friends look like people you've dated, Elvin. That's the crazy part. The other crazy part is that some of your closest friends with your son in the seventh house look like people you can do business with, business partnerships specifically, with Moon being in the 11th and Moon here being the ruler of the 10th house. So people you can do projects with, things that you can collaborate on. These look like some of the best kind of people for you. It does look like a bit of a struggle to be friends without needing to do something. How can I explain that? So for example, I'm the kind of person who at a party really consistently struggles with like just enjoying the fucking party. Like I'm really only good at a party for so long if I have something without something to do. After a period of time, I need something to do. Like I'll clean up, I'll help the host, I'll check in on people, make sure they're doing okay, that kind of thing. But if there's not something to do, I get bored and anxious extremely quickly in groups of people. Like I need to have a role, whatever that role is. I can be like a greeter, or I could, like put food out or whatever, or I can clean up, like I said, anything other than just freaking sitting there doing nothing. I can't do it. Your chart reads in a similar way, not specifically about parties, but about friendships, where if you're just hanging out to hang out, I do see that within you something like there's like a type of social anxiety that wells up with Chiron in Virgo in your 11th house. It's like about like, well, what are we doing? There's that kind of thing. If you are not able to do something with people, it's almost like a part of you just kind of checks out, or things can kind of quickly devolve. With Chiron in the 11th house, you can also be struggling quite a bit with feeling on the outs in the world of friendship, feeling like people, like you're always on the edge of a group. People don't pick you to be part of their group. You have to go put yourself in the group. That's something that can happen a lot with Chiron in the 11th house. Never quite feeling good enough, never quite feeling like people accept you or bring you in. The ruler of this particular Chiron placement is Mercury. Mercury sits here in Aries. Aries is the I am in the sign of partnership. One of the best things you can do, and the sign of ambition, the house of partnership. One of the best things you can do is find fun things you like to do, because the doingness is imperative for you, and then invite people along. If you're able to invite people to do fun things with you, you're going to find it's easier to maintain your friendships through mutually appreciated activities than the kind of like processing, let's talk things out kind of friendships. Those don't typically, they seem to be a little draining, let me put it that way for you. So, yeah, I do get along with people I work with. I'm a great colleague. I can tell you'd be a phenomenal coworker. But it also looks like some of your coworkers have the ability to become some of your best friends as well. So if you ever decide you want to hang out with them after work, platonically, not romantically, and invite them to do fun things with you, it looks like they have the ability to become very good friends to you as well. All right, sweetheart. Focus on activities, things you like to do, invite people along. It'll be easier to build your friendships through mutually appreciated activities than anything else. Okay. In your particular case, some people can have those deep, rich, let's talk about our lives and bare our souls friendships. For you, it's more about the fun. Okay. And like I said, your coworkers will probably be some of the best friends, and some of your exes will be some of your best friends more than anything. Okay. All right. Let's see here. So that was Elvin. Let's get to Elaine. Miss Elaine, it is your turn. After we do Elaine, then we're going to do comma. And if you would like to jump on the list, you can. The list is definitely open. After we do comma, we'll do Jasmine. And that is how you get on it. If you would like to get on it, one question, one chart, mini readings. It is $25.25 to get on the list. We are going to take payment via PayPal or Venmo, up to you. Happy to read anything you want about your life. Okay, Elaine, let's see here. Let's see, Elaine. Birthday, Decorah, Iowa. Decorah, 8/26, 1979, 11:39 p.m. Amazing. Okay. So really great stuff, Elaine. What is your question? Curious how the Uranus conjunct North Node transit is affecting my husband's chart. Okay, this is his chart. P.S. Your PDS recommendation has been huge, so helpful, so many good tangible processes to work through. Yes, Elaine, exactly. She really understands what it means to operationalize love, to put love into a practice that includes yourself and completely opens you to another person. I hope you've been doing that limerence work that we've talked about, and it's been clarifying for you in certain ways. I really hope that you've been doing some of that as well. Elvin says, thank you. That resonated a lot. Very good. Happy to hear it. All right. Uranus North Node for your husband. Let's get into it. Let me set the timer. Let me get the annotation tool together and share the screen. Okay. Here's Uranus. Here's the North Node. It's happening in his 12th house. Oh, who are we impacting? Oh, we're impacting his Jupiter, which is his 7th house. Oh, Elaine. Saturn is here too, talking to it. Wow. Who else is talking to that natal Jupiter? 23 degrees, Leo. Damn. Dove into her attachment style stuff. Very good. Very good, Elaine. I'm really, really happy to hear this. Her work will change your life if you're willing to do it. Absolutely. Absolutely. It will change your life. Okay. Elaine, sweetie, this is what I'm seeing for him. Whenever Uranus transits through the 12th house in this way, things that have been lodged in the subconscious tend to come up to the conscious mind. His intuition is kicking off like gangbusters right now. There are things that he may not have been consciously aware of that are now coming to the surface. In fact, you may find that he is starting to ask you some questions about certain things that actually really demand and warrant your honesty, Elaine. And I can see on the receiving end of this information, it could, or this change in him, it could be a little challenging. Because some of the things that are coming up as real or true through his intuitive faculty are things that were kind of staring him in the face, but he wasn't willing to see. And Elaine, I think you know what I'm referring to here. And so the challenge that he's up against is because his 7th house of committed partnership thrives on Sagittarian energy. Sagittarius energy is all about truth. And where there has not been truth, the relationship for him gets undermined and destroyed. So in his world, there are some truths, as because Jupiter governs that. Jupiter is the ruler of Sagittarius. Uranus brings divine insight and awareness. Because it's a square, these things are coming from subconscious with uncomfortable clarity and providing a bit of transformation, growth, and change. That just it's like the truth you can't unsee once you see it. So I invite you as his partner to consider, my love, if the truth is coming out no matter what, and you're the person that truth hasn't been given to, but now it's being given to you, how would you like to receive it? How would you like to find out about it? How would you like to be made aware? It's one thing when it's been withheld from you and then somebody tells you. It's another thing when it's been withheld from you and then you go find it out. So I'm seeing here that, like I said, his intuition is about to tell him what certain things having going on in his relationship have been happening. Like his intuition will tell. Let me speak plainly, Elaine. I'm not very good at like cloaking my words. Let me just lay it out here for you. Elaine, your husband's intuition is about to tell him what you will not. You need to decide. You can control the narrative around this in a way that is loving, but not if you continue to run from the truth yourself, hon. You need to get honest with yourself, and then you need to be honest with him. That's what I got going on in your husband's chart. Okay. 12th house exposes what we already know in our intuition when a Uranus transits through it, but refuse to acknowledge. There comes a time when we can't unacknowledge it, can't unsee it anymore. And that time is now. Okay. So Elaine, that's what I have for you, beloved. You guys can decide what to do with that in your own time, in your own way. Just be aware that the information is coming to the surface, whether you say anything or not. Okay, moving on, we have coming to KK. KK, are you here? I know that's hard to hear, hun. We have had many conversations about this. And I've done what I could to try to prepare you. Like, okay, here's the work you need to do. You need to look into this for yourself to find out what's true for you. You need to look at this for yourself to figure out what's true for you. Like I've been trying to prepare you for this so that you could get right with yourself first. I don't have anything else to say about that. All right, let's move on to KK. KK, go ahead and place your question, please. Yep. Yes, indeed. Yeah. We've had multiple conversations. So, just you do what you want with that information. But my suspicion is he has already started to ask some very pointed questions. The reason he is asking these questions, Elaine, is because his intuition is saying certain things to him at this time. It's one thing to be, yeah, I mean, you got to decide how you want to play that, what you want to do with that, hon. I've had my own intuition betrayed by people I love very deeply multiple times in my life where I knew something was true and they just lied and lied and lied and twisted facts and gaslit me. Needless to say, it has destroyed those relationships from ever becoming something constructive again. They are in a place now because these are people I can't get rid of who've done some of these things, like family. needless to say, the relationship will only ever be so good. So going forward, because they have yet to get right with themselves and their own lives. They have yet to get congruent with where they're at. And so it's meant that we can only ever be so close, which is unfortunate. It's sad. It's heartbreaking, but it's the path that they have chosen because they aren't right with themselves. So there is a beautiful path forward and potential here, but the only way to get there is through our own honesty with ourselves first. All right, so KK, here we go. Let's get into this. KK, where's your birth details? I don't see it. What's coming in the near future? Since our reading, I've gotten a restraining order against a violent guy, roommate ex, and reapplied for college. Look at you making moves. You are making moves, girl. Nice. I'm now scared about money and whether I get back into school or not. Okay, let me get your birthday details, KK. You're painting. This is exciting. The vent. Look at you. Artsy fartsy. I love this. I can't wait to see your painting and your work. I didn't know you painted. KK, what's your birth details? After we do KK, we're going to do Jasmine. We will do Miss Jasmine, and then we're going to do Diana after we do Jasmine. Okay. Okay, cool. Queens, New York. And 220, 1993. I don't really talk about it, but yeah, it's a thing. Amazing. 5:30 a.m. Cool. I'll send you some. Yeah, I would love to see the event. That would be so cool. All right. Get the timer together and let's roll. I'm scared about money and whether I get back into school or not. Let's see. Okay, I think you made the decision. You got the restraining order against the roommate. I remember you telling me your therapist was like, you need a restraining order. I was like, okay, well, I can't argue with the therapist saying you need a restraining order. I cannot argue with that. Oh, I'm trying to go back up in the chat. But here we are. You want to know whether or not you're going to be able to afford school? Is that it? I see. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. You're going to be good to go. Really good to go. Okay. I don't know what you're doing for money financially. I certainly, one more of these people with the water midheavens. I'm seeing a lot of the people with the water midheavens are going through an experience where what they are what's happening is there's an ending before there's a new beginning as Jupiter transited through Pisces, and specifically the people with the Scorpio midheaven have had that happen. I do see new beginning energy here. It looks to unfold as early as next year. Financially, you seem to be, I'm looking and I see continuity of cash flow. The problem I'm seeing you run into with Neptune having, retrograding back and forth here on the cusp of your second house of earned income, the only financial problem I'm seeing you run into is haphazard spending as soon as you get it, and not being able to make distinctions between wants and needs. Oh, I need pencils or pens, but then buying the most expensive pen and pencil you can find. I need notebooks, but then I'm buying the most expensive notebook you can find. I need a new laptop, but then, like, and on and on and on. Money, will feel precarious to you with Neptune in this position if you're not conscientious about your spending. But with Jupiter in the placement that it's in, this is going to facilitate for you lots of money flowing in when Jupiter transits that second house. Because it's an Aries placement, Jupiter in that second house, you are going to have to apply some hustle muscle. Aries yields results based on ambition and drive. It doesn't yield results based on receiving like Cancer does. Cancer receives, Aries procreates. And so you're going to have to go out there and get after what you want financially in order to create what it is you need in order to get through school. But can you financially get through it? Yes. Do I see, let me just see the roommate situation. I see another roommate coming in, helping to stabilize financial matters for you. KK, somebody who's a lot, I don't want to say nicer, but somebody who's just vibrationally brings a spirit of more harmony into the home. I see that unfolding here as well. So all in all, I see you moving past troubled waters with this transit and this energy. But this was necessary first. This cutoff was necessary. Cut off with the roommate and then a change perhaps in the work front. Once on the other side of this, I do see with the position of Jupiter, the opportunity bringer, and the way that it's aspecting your money house, your career house, your school house, and your home house, you're going to be good to go. But you did need to cut out some toxicity, financial behavior wise and people behavior wise. So take what I'm telling you to heart, in particular around new, better things are coming for you, number one. And number two, do not spend money you don't have yet or overspend. Be very mindful about your money. Do not let it escape your grasp by spending it willy-nilly or unthoughtfully. Okay. I'm seeing in particular with friends that can be a bit of a problem, like just overspending on weekends and stuff, given the placements that I just saw. You might need to tell your friends, y'all too rich, I can't hang with you. And just stay home and study sometimes. And that's okay. Like financially, you're in different class systems. And fortunately for you, the class system that you're in may put you in a position that gets you to study more and study harder because you just don't have money to do anything else. And I know that sounds awful, but it will put you in an advantaged position by the time you graduate. Okay. Okay. Where is my lady Jasmine? Is she here? After Jasmine, we're going to do Diana. And then I think we might take two more and then wrap. I'm going to read for the vent and Kylie. I'm going to add you guys to the list now. Thank you both. The vent, Kylie. We'll do Jasmine, Diana, the vent, Kylie. I'll take two more after that, and then I'll wrap up. KK says, I've been overspending on dining out just for myself. My violent ex used to do the cooking. Oh, beloved. Okay, try to figure out how to cook. You're gonna need to figure out how to feed yourself for less money. All right. I have that stupid song, It Wasn't Me, in my head. Shut up, the gracious and merciful. Queen K has decided, yes. Queen K has certainly decided today. Thank you guys for directing traffic in the way that you have today and making sure people got current in the chat, making sure people know where to pay, making sure that people understand, kind of what, how this works, helping them get their questions together. And thank you also for moderating the spam. The spam bots were out today. Thank you both for being so on top of that today. The vet, you know what? I'm noticing some patterns here. I was singing me and Mrs. Jones the other day. Now I got it wasn't me. Baby, you need to like some songs that don't have to do with affairs. Okay. I'm going to need you to find some songs that have nothing to do with love triangles and third party relationships and appreciate those. All right. Miss KK, where is the birth details? Or Diana or Jasmine. We're waiting on Jasmine. Jasmine's still not here. KK said, plus he had a car, so getting groceries is harder now too. But a lot of grocery stores do deliver now. Definitely something to fix. Thank you for the insights. Appreciate you as always. You're welcome, KK. Pauline says, okay, I will do two me and counterpart pay now. Sounds good, Pauline. Hook it up, girl. Hook it up. It's 25-25. Only because they're related to the situations I'm reading the vent. I'm not saying they're my favorite songs. They pertain to the circumstances I'm working with. Did you not see the last readings I just did? She said, so look at yourself. She's not here. Okay, moving on. Diana, it's your turn. Stay current with the chat, girl. Stay current with the chat. Find some songs that are actually love songs that have nothing to do with third party relationships. People are in third party relationships. Got to do what you got to do with that. I understand. Your turn. Whew. Okay, let's get it, Flower. Thank you so much. Sharing the screen. They still bomb ass songs though. You know what, the vent? That's the kind of songs we need to like. Some songs about money. Let's sing Rihanna. Bitch better have my money. How about that? Let's sing It's Raining Men. How about that? Or and change the lyrics to It's Raining Money. How about we sing? What are the other songs about money, hon? Let's sing some songs about cash. 8/18, 1971, 7:24 a.m. Hey, James. Great to see you. Great to see you. Great to see you. I see Talene got on the list, so we'll read for Talene. Okay. Welcome, Celine. Haven't seen you in a minute. Beyonce. Yes. What Beyonce? OJ's for the love of money. There we go. Love Flower says, I'm too nervous to ask about my love life. My twin and I aren't, so I'm Gucci. You guys are cute. Okay. What do I see that I should be focusing on right now? What lessons am I learning? Great question. Let me set the timer for you. Okay. After I do Diana, the vent, get your question prepared. The vent, you're next. Like I said, thank you guys. You guys have been on the spam bot since the live stream opened, and I really appreciate that. Okay, baby. This Uranus North Node conjunction is going to hit your sun and your Venus hard. You were born with Venus combust the sun, meaning Venus isn't going to give her best energy in that position because the sun is almost blocking her out, eclipsing her. Venus governs what you're attracted to, what's attracted to you, your love and your money areas of life. With a square, there's some shadow energy here. And so you're being asked to step into an understanding about your subconscious mind, where these two sit, your potential, which is where the Uranus North Node conjunction sits, and to start really looking at, are there blocks in my subconscious mind that are blocking out my potential at this time? Are there belief systems that I have held and maybe been unconscious or unaware of that are stopping me from being able to have what I want in the arenas of love and money? Your money house is a Venus ruled house. There is Libra. You're going to have to take a look at and examine your financial belief systems. I do feel like you may start to have some patterns come to conscious recognition in the way you've behaved with money that have kept you at a certain place with money in your life. There's a breakthrough available to you now, but you would need to be willing to alter those beliefs about money. Money doesn't grow on trees. Money is hard to come by. Money is the root of all evil. Money only tears people apart. If these have been the types of beliefs that you've held, and they're certainly out here for the pricking, if in the collective consciousness, if you want to take any of those unhelpful beliefs about money, then you will find that your life is a reflection of those beliefs accordingly. This period of time is asking you to get conscious of those unconscious beliefs around money that have been blocking you from reaching your highest financial potential. The potential for abundance is available to anyone. Financial security is available to everyone. Financial predictability is available to you. But in your case in particular, this season and time in your life is asking you to get real about what your thinking has been around this that has created your current results in this area of your life. Venus also governs Taurus, house of your potential here, late house of your eighth house of sexuality. Ninth house there that Taurus governs is also the house of the second marriage. And so again, we have a thematic going on. What have your beliefs been about love, partnership, marriage after the end of a marriage? Have you fallen into or given way to any of those negative thoughts that have to do with love not working out? If it was going to work out, it would have worked out the first time. Or maybe I'm not a marriage-minded person, or maybe love just isn't for me in this lifetime, or I'm always attracting the wrong kind of person for me. Something's wrong with me. If you've had any of those kinds of beliefs, and you'll know what your beliefs are based on the repeated patterns in your life. Everything happening as repeated patterns in our adult life, not child life, are direct functions of the subconsciously held beliefs. As within, so without. If it's been pictured in the energy, it gets manifest in form. You're being asked to get consciously aware right now of the beliefs and patterns that have run your relationship show and your money show, so that you can finally get onto a path that is worthy of your true potential as a divine creator incarnate. The next level of that is opening for you when it comes to money and love. The only thing standing in your way is anything in your subconscious mind that has blocked you from understanding how you really feel and what you really believe. This period of time is going to help you make the unconscious conscious, so that you can start running your show instead of letting faulty belief systems run your show. Okay, there we go. Let's see. Flowers is pitch, but I have my money. Yes. Let's see. 7 rings. Yes. Ariana Grande. Oh Lord, yep, you are in my brain. I love being in love, but I'm afraid to feel it again. You're going to have to like root these things out of your garden and plant some new belief systems for yourself. That's it, flower. That's it. This is a no longer will stand in my own way kind of energy. All right. The vent, baby, it's your turn. Let's get it. What are we doing? What is your question, baby? Is your question? We see we have a couple of other payments that have come through. Let me just add these people to the list. You know, there's a quote from this this book called Atomic Habits that I saw the other day, and I loved this quote so much when I saw it. I think the author had said, our whole life is run by our subconscious belief systems, but until you can make the unconscious conscious, you will have experiences in your life that you don't like, and you will call it fate. Get control of your unconscious, you will get control of your life. And I have seen that to be 1,000% true everywhere in my life. Okay. So let's move on. Let me get our girl, the vent together here. And I say something similar to you guys all the time. Until you have healed that which has hurt you, you'll either run from it or you will repeat it, but you'll never evolve past it. Running from it only has you run right into it again. Eleven, 3, 1991. I see what's going on here. What up? AM. Okay. Tell me about the Uranus stuffs. What's it going to do to me? Well, nothing it hasn't already done. I love that quote. I so resonate with what you just said. I'm glad you resonate with it, Flower. You're ascending to the next level in your life, hon. But it is a matter of getting your unconscious on board so that in the next chapter, you're not repeating issues from the old. Nothing it hasn't already done. You see it right here. Here's Uranus. Here's North Node. Major changes unfolding. Here's Pluto in direct opposition. Pluto is the ruler of your career house. It's the ruler of Scorpio. My love, it's already taking place. You already exited stage left from that place that was misaligned with your true potential. All we need to happen next is the alignment with that which is of your highest good. And you're already working on it. If I gotta be honest, baby, if I have the choice on my resume to put your last job, think of the name of it. I know the name, I'm not going to say it here. And the offer that you mentioned earlier, even though it's part-time and some hours that seemed extraordinarily unsafe. Like I said, I told you what to do about that. Get them to happy to do it, pay for my rides home. I cannot be out here at those hours. That's not going to work for me as a single woman in the streets. You need Uber me home and I'll do it. No problem. There's opportunities coming forward for you. It's a matter of being willing to be powerful. Here's Pluto, all about your power in creating them, leveraging your power to overcome your fears, not manipulate your way past them. The TV job is full-time. Girl, listen, I don't know if everyone knows the last job. What I do know is that everyone knows the offer that you just got. Everyone knows the name of that company. And if I had the choice to put one or the other on my resume, I'm going to go with the offer you just got. It's a career builder and credibility that you could have that kind of role. Now it's even more funny because that woman that you were dealing with was in TV. SXM, stick with SXM. Do it. The TV job is full-time. I mean, listen, baby, there is money to be made and you're quite type single right now. I would just make the money, make this money, step it up. Like you have a lot of career opportunities in front of you in some very significant ways, hon. Find the ones that really work for you and ask. I told you this was going to be it. Like the minute you left that, if you were going to leave that, the next thing would be right in front of you. It would be like right there and it was going to be better than the last thing. So all of that to say, like you have huge opportunities available for you, hon, right now, where you have the ability to quantum leap. Uranus rules quantum movement forward, like skipping steps, not just taking things step by step, being able to move like 10 steps at once. What's happening for you right now is the capacity to quantum leap in your career and put yourself in a completely different level than what you've been in. I told you that being excused from that job was going to be a blessing. And because look at the things that have opened up for you. The only thing you have to do with this Uranus opposite your Pluto is stand in your power to cultivate these opportunities in the way that you want them. Okay. And what I mean by that is, so they're not like, okay, the SXM is like, you can do it, but we got to let you off work at 10 a.m. or 2 a.m. Okay, I can do that if you're willing to Uber me home every shift and not take it out of my paycheck. That has to be in addition to what you're paying me. The other thing would be with the other job, I don't know what the circumstances or configuration is of what they gave you for that offer, the full time, the TV full time. Whatever it is, if there is something that doesn't work for you, stand in your power. This is one of the moments where you really can create it exactly how you want it in your career sector. Like I said, there's a lot of opportunity here for you to quantum leap forward. Stay focused. All right. Thank you, the vent. Wishing you luck. Keep me posted on what happens next. We're going to do Kylie. Kylie, my love. If you could go ahead and paste your question. They're mad cheap, but the TV thing is master controlling. Girl, the vent. Let me tell you something. They could be cheap if they want to be cheap. I don't care. Send me home. Don't affect my pay. Listen, what's the pay for the role? Okay, got it. If you would like me to do it, I need you to Uber me home. It's just not safe for me to end the shift or end this at 2 a.m. But if you have somebody else who wants to do this, who doesn't need that accommodation, no problem. Hire them. I've got a roll in TV I can do. You have your pick. It's a blessings transit for you, hon. You get to pick and choose. Modeling, consulting, and acting. That's all new. Okay, girl, do it. Go ahead, claim it. Go ahead and claim it. All right, let me see. Let's do Kylie, then we'll do Elaine. And I see the 2 questions. Let me go back. I need to close this list because I've got some other stuff I need to go do today. We did all the worlds. We did Elvin. We did KK, Diana, Elaine. Got you. And then Pauline. Okay. We've got Pauline times 2. All right, that's it. It's a wrap. List is now closed. So I can get on with my day. I love y'all. It's been real. Lots of fun. But I got shit to do. All right, let me unpin this. List now closed. Closed. List now closed. Big Aries energy in the house. Replace pin. Okay. Got it. All right. Kylie, just trying to figure out his intentions. He finally talked about this girl. I saw her intuitively a while ago. And the text I got from him was very contradictory to our personal relationship. Interesting. You're welcome, the vent. Kylie's breathing fire. All right, let's get it. Thank you, Kylie. That is very helpful. Let me pin yours. I like the emoji with it. Okay. Maryvale, Arizona. All right. 4/19. Okay, what year is he born though, Kylie? I need the year. What are some other good songs, either about money or love? He was born in 95. Thank you, babe. positive songs about money or love. All right, Miss Kylie, here's what we got, hon. What's this man's intentions? Let me see what season of life he's in. Oh, he's in a love season. Kylie. Oh, but he confused as fuck. I also see that too. All right. Kylie, baby, here's the deal. Jupiter having crossed over his natal Venus, Venus being the ruler of his house of love. This is an energy that does bring opportunity for love to come into one's life. It's a transit for love. With Jupiter conjunct his sun next year, it's also a season that brings love into your life. And I also see here, yeah, Saturn speaking to his late seventh house brings in commitment. I would say that this man is in a place where he's probably looking seriously. I see some very serious energy, Saturn sextile his sun as well, around love and relationship. The problem that I'm seeing with this segment of time is the way Neptune is conjunct his Venus. This is a period of time where a person is like looking for love, but unfortunately, it's like just out of reach, just out of grasp, it's like slightly unavailable. The Uranus conjunct Venus transit it's like a master heartbreak transit. When I say master heartbreak transit, it's a transit in mastering the conditions of the known world, the third dimension when it comes to your heart. It breaks down. It's a very unconditional love transit because what it does is it breaks down the conditions you have around loving. I can only love these kind of people, or I can only love when I'm at this point in my life, or I can only love when, you know, my mom has passed because I have to do elder care for her and I can't afford to focus on love with anyone else. It can also be the kind of energy where you fall in love with someone and that person is just unavailable, but your heart is set and nothing else is happening, which I suspect may be some of the case with your person, given that he's taken up with you, but there's somebody else in the mix that you intuitively felt. And then once you finally asked him about it, he was like, well, yeah, so there's this girl. Let me see what you're saying here. I told that woman go back to sender. He can stick over there. Kylie, I don't know that you're going to get to control this. That's the thing. And I would need to look at I think we've talked about some of where you're at in love. I don't remember the specifics, like the season in your life for love. There's some other major changes afoot for you. But I think one of the best things you could do with somebody in this situation is, let me put it this way. It's never fun to be put in a situation where somebody has somebody else waiting in the wings, a plan B. Because you never know if you're the plan A, if you're the plan B, if you're going to be chucked or ditched at any moment. Nobody ever wants to put themselves in a position where they have the potential to just be abandoned or be made to feel less than worthy or a second choice or second string. I'm not sure what the situation is, how this is working in his world, if you're plan A or plan B. But what I can see for sure is that this man is commitment minded at this time and that he may be struggling to manifest the precise type of love that he wants into his world because of the Neptune conjunct Venus component here. If I was on the receiving end of this, my strong advice would be to ask directly, like what you want. Like, have you ever thought about you and I dating exclusively or seriously? Is that something that would be interesting to you? Would you find that fun? And see what he says. he's in a place where he has choices he needs to make. You just need to be in a place where you're asking for what you want, standing in your power, knowing what you need, and drawing some lines and distinctions around things so that you're not getting caught up in the way, however, Neptune is impacting his Venus. Like I said, I don't know if it's that he's struggling to manifest these things, because again, Venus is in the house of subconscious belief systems. He could be struggling to manifest love because some of his beliefs about love are out of whack. They're distorted. And this Neptune could be causing him to go through a heartbreak and unconditional love transit to get him into right relationship with what love really is. Or it could be that he's really in love with someone and that person's not available. Whatever's going on here, like I said, I see him looking for the real thing and him struggling to create it. I don't know if that's going to be with you or not. That Neptune conjunct Venus transit and Saturn conjunct the moon transit, I wouldn't wish those transits on anyone. They're some of the most ugly experiences a person can have in the way that they can be so painful. So what my recommendation for you would be, knowing that he is going through this, is to pull him up short. If he's all over the show, ask him, be clear. You be clear. Even if he can't be clear, you be clear. Do you want this or not? And you can say it compassionately and kind. He might be all over the show because he has a, how do I put it? He might be all over the show because there's somebody else he needs to figure out where that stands first. I'm not saying that's the case. There could be another issue at play, but I would ask him, like, what's the deal with you and me? You keep floating in, you keep floating out. Have you ever thought about just dating you and me exclusively? Is that something you would want to try? And all you can do is just see what he says. If he says no to that, then you have your answer. He wants one thing and then another. Yeah, he was an abuser. That's not uncommon. When people have been in emotionally abusive relationships with people, to have a bit of a pattern around fearful avoidant behavior that happens post abusive relationship. I've seen that. Unbalanced. Yeah, I get it. It's fearful avoidant behavior. And we've talked about attachment styles before, Kylie. Hey, Talene, paste your question. It's your turn. TB, it's your turn. Please paste your cue. We've talked about attachment styles before. I know fearful avoidant behavior is some of the hardest to be on the receiving end of. Gotta be honest. Dismissive avoidant, anxious avoidant, it's hard in different ways, right? But when you're dealing with somebody who's fearful avoidant, they're always in and out. They never know what they freaking want. The smallest trigger can have them move into a pattern of deactivation and pull away without any explanation, and then float right back in like nothing ever happened later. And you're scratching your head like, what the fuck just happened here? The thing that's you have to remember about people who are fearful avoidant is that they're not behaving that way on purpose. They're not trying to hurt you. He's not trying to be a hoe. He's not trying to be incongruent or dismissive of your feelings. He has so much internal turmoil from unhealed trauma, which you just shared, that he's struggling to be consistent with his own emotions inside of himself. Okay. And so this is why I'm saying the only thing you can do in that circumstance is just take care of you, be honest about what you want, give him the choice, and then keep moving forward. Okay. But, like I said, he's got some choices he needs to make and things he needs to figure out. It looks like he's learning a really difficult lesson around unconditional love right now. All right, Miss Talene, let's hit it. I've been very indecisive recently and can't stick to decisions I make, not being able to commit. Talene, we have talked about this. It's giving me lots of anxiety. Why is this and will it end soon? All right, let me see what's going on. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, we have talked about this. Is the function of Chiron in the position that it's transiting in your chart. With Chiron transiting over your midheaven in this way, the questioning midheaven is career, reputation in the world, who you're meant to become. Chiron is wounds. Your Chiron energy at any given moment could be manifesting as wounds, or it could be manifesting as warrior. It could be manifesting in light, or it could be manifesting in shadow. There's a spectrum here. It can be leader, or it can have you feeling less than in whatever place it's transiting. With Chiron in the 10th house crossing over your career sector right now, you can see Chiron right there at the 16th degree. Your career sector begins at that 15th degree of Aries. Chiron has, have we? I don't remember. Refresh my mind, please. Chiron has you questioning your good enoughness, and you may not even be conscious that that's at the root of why you feel like you go back and forth. Some of the reason I'm being shown, especially as Chiron approaches your natal Mercury, which is your consciousness, some of the, Mercury governs Gemini rules that house of wish fulfillment right here, things that your hopes, wishes, and dreams fulfilled. When I'm looking at this, what I'm seeing is that you're spinning around the things that you want because there's a part of you that wants to stay safe, because you do not want to have to experience some of the questioning that Chiron is bringing forward in terms of whether or not you're good enough to have what you want. I'll never be able to create that. That'll be too hard. But how would I even get there? It's completely impractical. A part of your brain is writing off your potential and possibilities, not because they're unrealistic or not possible for you. A part of your brain is writing off your potential and possibilities because there's already woundedness in your creatorship from a previous time. What you need to do is find the root of the woundedness, deal with the I am not enoughness, root that out. And once you have removed that from your glasses that you're looking out at life from, you'll have a clearer picture of what you want and the ability to move through it. Chiron's bringing up your not enoughness at this time so that you can start the process of removing belief systems that aren't serving you. These belief systems have been a part of you for some time. You're moving through a transformative cycle with Uranus conjunct your sun in this place. Uranus conjunct your sun is changing who you are from a fundamental level. Sun in the 10th house, it's changing your career path fundamentally. There's a career path you've been on that it's time to get off. It's time to move on to something else. And yes, we have talked about this repeatedly. I know there's a business you want to start. There's also some pulls to, I think, a family business or a career track that you've been on. There's some questioning which path is right for me. I see it in your chart. I've said it before. I'll repeat it again. You look extraordinarily well built to be an entrepreneur, to run your own show, to call your own shots in this lifetime. And if you're put in position to have to follow somebody else's lead, to work in somebody else's business and dream for the best waking hours of your life, Celine, you are going to be unsatisfied, unfulfilled, frustrated, and frankly, with your abundance of Aries and Taurus energy, butting heads with leadership if you continue to choose to stay in those kinds of roles. You are meant to step out on your own. It's written very clearly here in your chart. Where you aren't doing that, like I said, I see you being quite unfulfilled, very frustrated, and butting heads with people in authority over you. And the reason why is because you are meant to be the authority. You're supposed to be the one calling the shots. There's somebody else supposed to be spending the best waking hours of their life building your dream. There are people who are built for that. Talene, you're not one of them. You're meant to actually start your own thing. So the sooner you get after it, I think the easier you're going to be, but you are on the walk to the other side of the bridge from where you're at. You're going to confront every fear you've ever had about who you are and what you're capable of at this time. And it's for the purpose of shedding those fears so that they can no longer run your consciousness, your show, or limit what you think is possible for you. Thanks for letting me read for you, Celine. It is now Pauline's turn. It's the smallest day-to-day decisions as well. Yeah, Mercury governs the day-to-day kind of areas of our life. Mercury is the ruler of Virgo. So I'm not surprised, but a lot of it is coming through with some of the problematic energy from the Chiron. Your chart is just saying it's time to heal some of your belief systems, and some of that day-to-day will change, especially if you've got your day-to-day built around showing up for somebody else's dream. Okay. Pauline, it's your turn. Please paste your cue, your first cue. Oof, good crack in the back there. All right, Pauline. You're welcome, Elaine. You hang in there. I'm right here whenever you need me to keep encouraging you. But know that you've got this. Your dream, you're worthy of your dreams. You can create them. You're just in the process of transitioning out of a life that was built around other people's dreams. Okay. All right. New York, New York. 12, 19. Hey, 1960. Is this Sag or Capricorn energy in the house? I can never remember the cutoff date. 8:54 p.m. Cool. It is Sag energy, but you've got the Cap moon. All right, let's see. Ready for love this year or next? He keeps saying not on the same path after a second chance from 2000. Oh, okay. So he told you he's not. Pauline, let me make sure I understand what you have just said. He has told you he is not willing to move forward with you. Do I have that right? He has said to you, we had a second chance, it didn't work. I don't want to move forward. I want to do something else. Is that right, Pauline? Please confirm. Kylie said she's found a new best friend, Pauline. I love it. Okay, Picasso. I love it. Just waiting on Pauline to clarify so that I understand what I'm seeing here in her chart. You just fast forward a little bit in time while I'm waiting on her. 2024. Overshot it. 2023. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Sort of. We never got a second chance. He keeps coming with excuses. But let me get this right. He said no to a second chance, correct? He keeps telling me to let go of past memories. The vent. Please confirm, Pauline. He originally said if ever ready would get a second chance. The vent. I agree with what the vent says. It sounds like he's saying no. When I'm looking here at your chart, Pauline, I don't know what's going on with him. We'll look at his stuff in a minute. But based on what you have typed here, without even looking at the charts and the transits, etc., given how long it's been going on between you and him, we've got a since 2000, and we've got, the way you wrote it sound like, second chance was on the table and he declined, deflected. To me, this, as based on what you said, it would seem to me that he's not in the place, either because of chemistry, attraction. He says you guys are on different paths. That's another way to say no. Although it would be better if he just said it so that you don't have it in your brain. Well, maybe we can make the paths converge, because all pathways can be altered. What can't be altered is I'm not in love with you. My heart doesn't feel that way. I don't want to be with you. I either want to be with myself or someone else. Those are harder things to hear, but upon hearing them, they liberate you. They set you free to go do the next thing. You can want the best for him after that and start the process of accepting that even if his best isn't with you, you still want it for him because you love him. He's giving you a lot. No, the vent saying no with love would have been more honest. What he said was, he was saying no without saying no. And if you really want to verify and validate this, Pauline, you've known him since 2000. It's been over 20 years. Ask him. Like, you've said these things, and I still have it in my heart and mind that maybe you could be ready if you're not ready now. Maybe our paths could converge. If they don't converge now, they could later. I'm still holding on to hope because you have not given me a hard no. When people say these kinds of other things that are not a hard no, it actually leaves us in a very vulnerable position, because we can be holding on to hope that actually it doesn't serve us to hold on to hope when there isn't any. In fact, it wastes our time. It messes with our psyche. It skews our perception of reality, and it fosters belief in impossibilities. It would be more loving for him to give you a hard no than it would be for him to say the things he said, because he's left you in a place of ambiguity, which isn't fair to you. If what he meant when he said all of these things is, I'm not in love with you, I don't see a future here, this isn't what I want, then that's what he should have said. That would have been kinder. It would have been more congruent. It would have liberated you to love him in the way that he is prepared to be loved at this time. What I'm seeing here in your chart, getting into the now moment for you, Pauline, what I'm seeing here in your chart, move it. These stupid tools on my 11-inch Mac. Sometimes I can't see what I need to see. Let me get to now. Display now. Okay. What I'm seeing here in your chart for you is you are getting an about face in the direction of path for you. Where you thought you were moving in one direction, you are now going to start moving in a different direction. Frankly, this is specifically where it comes to emotions and commitment. Moon and Saturn are aligned here in Earth sign Capricorn in the house of manifestation. And I see it. He wants to hang on to me, knows I love him. I know he does me too. I was the love of his life over a 10-year horrible relationship, walled heart. I am best, both healer. I don't understand what that means. But what I'm seeing here is you're being prepared to be put on another path romantically, if I'm being very honest with you. He is not feeling anything he needed to heal. I don't know what that means either. But what I'm seeing specifically for you, Pauline, is that you are being put on a new path romantically. This new romantic path is asking you to look at what's in alignment, what's going to make you feel whole. Saturn hitting your seventh house cusp is all about that wholeness, all about that congruence, all about you not having to pretzel, change, repress, or shave off parts of yourself in order for you to have love. Where your relationships or romantic entanglements are asking you to pretzel, repress, change, or shave off parts of you. With Saturn moving through the seventh house, you're going to find these things come to a halt at this time. And it's not accidental. They're coming to a halt where Uranus and the North Node are conjunct here in Taurus to change your life direction so that you can get into alignment with a relationship that allows you to express yourself, be yourself, and have someone love you for all of you. I can tell based on what you're typing, I don't understand all of it. It doesn't sound like it's like the sentences are not clear, complete, and congruent in my perception. I'm getting snippets of the circumstance. If you'd like to look at it more deeply and really paint the picture for me, my strong recommendation would be to just book a private reading. Let's you and me look at this one-on-one where I can hear your whole story, because you can't fit 20 years of a story into 120 characters. Either way, it doesn't change the fact that what I'm seeing is that your life path and direction in love is shifting. And it'll shift with him, or it's going to shift with somebody else. But what it has been, where there's this him kind of holding you at arm's length, telling you, no, we're on different paths. You know, I'm not ready. Either that's going to change or this man's going to get removed. That's what I'm seeing here for you. Okay. Let's do your second question and have a look at his chart. Just to leave you on a better note, when I look for love of a divine counterpart level arriving in your life, I'm seeing that takes place for you in 2023, in the later part of the year, the final quarter. I'm seeing that the opportunity for love at divine counterpart level shows up for you next year, October. Okay. But in order for it to land, you cannot be grasping on, tooth and nail to this 20-year thing that this man has repeatedly, sounds like he has said, he doesn't want to flow with you in the direction of a reunion. Now, if this were me, I would go get the clarity before you start moving forward. I would go let him know, like, listen, you said these words, and you said these words. They have left me believing that there is some point in a nebulous future where we could come back together. I need to know if that's true for you or if it is not. If this is a no for you, the most loving thing you could tell me is no. Because otherwise you're just being strung along, and that's not kind. That is not loving. All right, Pauline, let's get your second question. Let me look at his chart. Is it the same question just from his perspective? Or do you have something else that you want to look at? Edit, chart detail. Let me just share screen. Pauline, the way this is really showing up, type your second question, please. Yeah, exactly, the vent. I'd rather hear no than any kind of white lie or any kind of like, let me tell you something to make you feel, no, don't fucking make me feel better. The truth makes me feel better. Okay. All right. So, Pauline, hit me with your second question and the second set of birth details, and we'll go into your second reading. And then that'll be it for today. Thank you guys for hanging with me. Been a treat. Hope you guys have a really good rest of your Saturday. Exactly. White lies add up really quickly to just create repetitive cycles. I agree. Is he ready for love? All right, Pauline, let's look. What's his birth details? Let's see what kind of season he's in. If it's a love season, a work season, a family season, a home season, friendship season. Probably going to finish a painting I've been frustrated with. Oh, get it out, the vent. Get it out. What's up, Kylie? Just tell me. But like, listen, Pauline, put the birth details for him. Pauline. Thank you, Pauline. I appreciate it. Okay. Let me see. New York, Jamaica, you said. Okay. The only other thing I would say to you is, Pauline, you seem like you have a big heart, like you're an extremely loving person. Like you really believe in love. Like love is something that matters to you, and partnership and having companionship and love in your world is a priority for you, Pauline. If that's the case, if what I am saying is a true reflection of who you really are, then my strong recommendation and encouragement for you would be to value that about yourself enough to ask this man for the truth. Ask him to tell you the truth. Yeah. Yeah. Two Saggies, they have it in them to talk about the truth. I don't know why it's not happening, why there's this ambiguousness going on for 2 years or 10, 20 years, 2 decades. Saggy energy loves the truth. When I'm looking, let's start the timer here for love in his chart. Let me go into now. There we go. Okay, we got moon at 24 degrees Taurus. I would say that's a no. 24 degrees Taurus, square from Saturn. He's in a period of time known in Vedic astrology as small troubles, small panoti. This period of time brings up all kinds of like difficulty, chaos. It can bring up a lot of like things like emotionally, you can feel really shut down. You can feel really blocked, really withdrawn. You're under emotional reconstruction with Saturn squaring the moon, where you're trying to figure out what's the truth of how you really feel. What's the truth of how you really want? What's the truth of what you really need? How do you become more congruent? It's not lost on me that you had Saturn already in your seventh house of committed partnership. He has Saturn moving into this place. So both of you are in this mirrored circumstance where your lives are demanding congruence of you, where your lives are really saying to you, in the world of love, commitment, partnership, and relationship, What is going to make you feel whole? What is going to allow you to feel like you are living at your highest potential in this particular area of life? What's going to allow you to feel like you don't have to compromise yourself in order to be with someone? All of this is going on in his chart as well. And it looks like there's a bit of a process here, especially as Pluto hits his divine masculine energy. It's currently sitting on top of his Venus, reconstruction in the world of love. My suspicion is that you've gotten other readings on this and people have told you this, that he's really growing in the world of love. The only thing I can't tell you, like, I cannot foster hope where there's ambiguity. What I can do is foster your pursuit of clarity where there's ambiguity, because that clarity is either going to put you toward that direction where something is possible between you, or it is going to put you in a direction where love becomes possible for you again, because you're no longer holding on to something unrealistic with someone who has been ambiguous. All of that to say, when I'm looking at this for him, is this a love season right now for him? No. Is it a season of change? Yes. Similar growth pattern, mirroring is definitely happening here, where you need to get into a place where you are being honest with yourself and coming into congruence. I do have a big heart. I do want love. I do want companionship and connection. Looks like he's trying to figure out what would that even mean for himself. My suspicion, he's born in 1949. I'm looking at these transits in his chart. I suspect he thinks love is done for this lifetime. The universe has brought up a set of, oh yeah, I see it now. Here's Neptune right up across his divine feminine placement, that Juno there making her less accessible, but creating spiritual connection to his own inner feminine energy. He's being asked, are you sure that's the path you want to walk? Because you get free will. We're not going to force anyone on you. But if what you believe is, because you see this Uranus North Node conjunction is in the house of his belief systems, it's in the house that governs his faith, it's in the house that governs his potential. If he's going to hold on and cling on to this, love has passed me by in this lifetime, it'll never happen for me, my great loves have already happened, love is for younger people. If he's going to sit up here in his world and create the remaining years of his life with those belief systems, the universe is going to let him. He's at war with himself right now in terms of what he believes is possible for him. The only thing you can do in this energy with somebody you love is let them battle it out. You're not going to be able to change his belief systems. Only he can. He has to choose to want to believe that something different is possible for him. Again, you, my big-hearted beloved, who has all this love to give and wants to share it, wants companionship, believes that love is possible at any age, you're not under construction when it comes to your beliefs around love and partnership and having partners in your world. You're not in that place. That decision has already been made for you. Well, all there is for you to do, Pauline, is to let him walk this battle for himself, hold him in the light, want the best for him. And girl, seek your clarity, Pauline. You need to seek your clarity. Ask for the truth. You'll get it. You'll get it. Just understand that this truth, especially given this moment in time, this July is very significant with some very rare energies. Either way, both of you are getting put on new paths. The cycle of you being strung along, him being vague, that's done. That's coming to completion. And whether you ask him or not, what I was seeing in your chart is that you are about to be shifted. If he's not interested in moving forward with you, you're about to be shifted in a way in which love is coming for you anyway. So it would behoove you to get reality on the situation now, accept the truth of whatever it is now, so that you're not spinning trying to either hold on to false hope or spin up something with somebody completely new when he might come along. We don't know what he's going to do. He just could be a negative thinker, a negative Nancy. And that's okay. I see you confirmed that here, that he's a bit of a negative Nancy. But all what I'm telling you is that you weren't meant to live in that place. That's not your path forward from here. And if he's choosing that path for himself, the hand of the divine is on your life in such a way you're not going to be allowed to be taken down that path with him, not for another 20 years. That cycle's closed. Thank you, Pauline. I really appreciate you letting me read for you. I hope that that was useful and constructive for you. It sounds, based on what you're saying here in the chat, that a lot of it resonated. And what I'm seeing here for you is a necessity of you being willing to honor and accept whatever truth comes forward for him, so that, and the truth in yourself, that you weren't built to be living in this ambiguity in this way with him. That's not your providence in this lifetime. God doesn't want you suffering in that way. Okay? And if he's going to choose a path of suffering, God's not going to let you go down that. But you need to be an active participant and not let yourself continue down that path either. Beloveds, it's been so good. I've got some stuff I need to do this evening. So I'm going to let you all go here. I thank you all so much for playing with me today. It was a lot of fun. You guys asked great questions about Uranus connecting to the North Node, etc. It's been a treat. I'm going to go ahead and refund Jasmine, and I will refund $10 to Kat since I didn't have my tarot deck with me today. I'm wrapping you all in love, and I'm just sending you all so much peace as we navigate this big change energy.